Hello. Yes, I know I'm late. But I'm late for a very on-brand reason. I was at a beer festival yesterday, and I'm slightly hungover, so be nice to me. We're going to be chatting about the news, some of the recent goings-on in America. Zelenskyy, Trump, some stuff about the Letby case from the UK as a bit of a break from all that. And yeah, if we get bored later on, we'll play some games. But yeah, for now, let's have a little bit of a jam, shall we? We could also pour a beer to get going. Get off the shitter, Moon. All right. To be fair, I was also shitting. It's also a compound reason for why I'm late. You get a lovely reverby sound of a beer pour as an apology. All right. Shall we? Oh, thank you for the sub. Evening, Mom. Let's have a little bit of a jam, just to, ease ourselves into it, and then I'll update you on all of the gossip from the beer festival. How's about that? How about that? All right, let's go. Oh, where did that go? Oh, there we go. Hey, thank you for the cheer. Fix up, look sharp. What are the lyrics to that? Lyrics. Fix up, look sharp. Don't make me pick up with the sign, get parked. Ooh. Hear the bang, see the spark, duck down, lay down, just fix up, look sharp. Don't make me pick up this. What? I don't know what the flow is. park. What does that even mean? Fix up, look sharp. Don't make me pick up with the sign. Get park. Hit the bank, see the spark. Duck day, lay down, just. I need to do that again. I fucked that up. It's an Air Force One, trainers by the truckload, trainers by the ton. Don't be late when I catch you by your J's. Jump, best to act like Forrest Gump and run.
Whitest thing you've ever watched. Excuse me?
All right, that is enough of that. That is enough of that. Let's get the epidemic sound. I should have had it open ready, but I'm not that organized. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? You know what? I'm not actually that bad at rapping. It's just that I have no idea. I can't just read lyrics and then just like rap them. Just like that. I need to know what the flow is, and I have no idea what the flow is of that song. Right. Log in. Just had dinner now, pint with the boys. Am I the boys? Lo-fi. Come on, give me some lo-fi. You were cowbelling along your tribute. Right, bit quieter please, bit quieter. Right. You've never heard that Dizzy Rascal song before? I don't know if it made its way far out of the UK, that song. Maybe it didn't. I'm also a bit late because I couldn't work out why my mic wasn't working for the longest time. Oh, don't remind me of Lad Baby. Do not remind me of Lad Baby. I won't keep these sunglasses on all night because it is harder to see things in them, but they're so cool, aren't they? I absolutely love these. I feel so cool in these sunglasses. I will admit, I bought them from Amazon. I did. I just ordered them from Amazon. They were like 14 quid. But I absolutely love them. I'm obsessed with them. They're like, I don't know, kind of 70s, I think. Did I try turning it off and on again? Well, I'll wear them for a little while, just because I can't bear to take them off yet. Yeah, the microphone, I don't know. I took this out of the signal chain, this thing, and all of a sudden it started working. So I don't know if it's this. To be honest, I don't even know why I have this cloud lifter thing in anyway, because I don't even know what it fucking does. Like, it's meant to lift up the signal. I don't even know, like, if it works that well, to be honest. But it cost me like 140 quid, so I'm like, well, I'm gonna use it now. Gives you a better tone. Is that what it does, technically? Anyway, I'm not using it tonight. It doesn't really make much of a difference, does it? Or maybe it does. Maybe you can all hear it. Those glasses make you look like you're about to slam your badge and gun down on the boss's table. Okay. All right. I like that. I'll take it. Oh, Brooklyn's seen a lap is available, and he is taking the opportunity. Hello, Brooklyn. Remaining just out of shot. Oh no, my teleprompter thing is in the way of the shot. Does your vocal chain involve digital plugins or just analog? You can see it here. There is there's a Roland VT4, which is like a voice changer. Which can like do this or 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 do this. It has like presets on it. But then also I have it going into Ableton as well, which I don't normally have anything running on it, but I can if I just switch this on. Then that is reverb and delay on Ableton. So I can switch that on as I please, or whatever plugins I want to switch on. So yeah. What updates do I have for you? What have I been up to? I'm not going to have that many interesting beers to pour tonight because, to be honest, well, I didn't know how many I was going to drink because I was at a beer festival yesterday and I was drinking lots of different beers yesterday, and I don't really have much of a range in the house. I had a box of what was that I just bought? Oh, Tiny Rebel Easy Living. So I just had a box of these, and then a box of Beavertown Gamma Ray. So it's literally just those two beers because I couldn't be bothered to pick some interesting ones up at Sainsbury's. So yeah, not too interesting tonight, but I also I didn't know how many I was going to drink, but then you know how it is, hair of the dog. As soon as you have one when you're hungover, you're like, actually, this isn't actually that bad, is it? I could actually probably drink loads now. That's what hair of the dog is like, isn't it? You just have one and you're like, what was I even complaining about? Let's go, bitch. I don't know if you can notice as well, probably not in this light, but I doesn't look that different. I bleached my hair, so it is a bit lighter. But you probably can't see it, but it is lighter. I bleached it. I bleached it myself, because when I went to the hairdressers, they get scared. They think that your hair's going to fall out if they bleach it. So they don't leave it in very long, and then it doesn't lighten your hair very much. And I'm like, guys, I've been bleaching my hair my entire life. I know that my hair's not going to fall out at this point. But they're too scared. They don't want your hair to fall out and then you sue them for your hair falling out. So I just did it at home. I just bleached it at home. It looks quite nice. Quite pleased with how it turned out. I did have a bit of a hangover. Thing is, because it was a beer festival, it was on during the day. We went to the day session. So the day session starts at 11:30 and goes on until 4 o'clock. So we started drinking in the morning yesterday. And then after we got kicked out at 4 o'clock, we went to another bar. and the other bar that we went to was hilarious. It is like quintessential English town hall pub. Like it had a flat roof. We went in and there was like velvet cushioning on the walls. Like, if you know what I mean, you know what I mean. All of the seats were like cushioned velvet. And there was just like, you know, loads of people in there who were like, you know, proper locals. Half of the bar was boarded up just with some like cork board that they'd found. It was brilliant. Racist old men in the corner. Yeah. Never drinking a flat roof pub is the saying the Brits said. Yeah, well, that's what we did yesterday. And we didn't die. Yeah, it was fun. I don't know if you remember, but I told you, me and my friends, we always go to the same beer festival every year. Well, I don't manage to go every year, but I've been quite a few years now. I don't know if you remember me saying, but I streamed after I'd been to the beer festival. Maybe it was last year or maybe it was the year before. And I was telling you guys about the tombola. So there's a hilarious tombola at this beer festival. So there's this like community of beer people called Camera, and they're all Camera is like full of very old retired people who are beer enthusiasts, and they just spend their time volunteering for Camera. So what they'll do is they'll put on these beer festivals and they'll just like volunteer to like pull the beers behind the bars and stuff. It's very sweet. But yeah, the whole so the whole festival is run by very, very, very old people, and they have this tombola on every year, and the prizes in the tombola are always just whatever crap these old people have found in their houses, and it's like clearly been there for decades, just gathering dust, and all of like the young beer fans come along and they like kind of ironically like congregate around the tombola and they try and win like the shittiest thing that they can on the tombola. Like the prizes are hilarious. Like one of them was a beer guide, but it was entirely in Dutch, just a Dutch beer guide. There was a really, really, really old game controller. I don't even know what brand it was, but it was covered in like a thick layer of dust. Had obviously been like sitting in their attic for decades. Like it was probably haunted, this game controller. I don't know what it would have worked with. It probably didn't even work. Yeah, just the shittiest crap ever. But I don't know if you remember, but I was saying to you, I started a bit of a argument with the old ladies at the tombola because one of the items that they had on the table was it was basically a book about how Islam is a evil religion, basically. It was this whole book about the history of Islam and how it was like a violent religion. And I was like, do you know what this book is about? And the lady was like, yes, it's fine. It's not Islamophobic because the book was written by a Muslim guy, so it's not Islamophobic. I was like, that doesn't mean it's not Islam. Oh, she doesn't understand. And then she was like, oh, political correctness these days. And she like took it off the table and put it on the back. Oh, it's so funny. I did not win the book, no. I looked up the author afterwards as well. I can't remember who it was, but it was like a very, like it is a Muslim guy, but he's like a very problematic, very reactionary guy. Like he's not cool. But yeah, I don't know. What else have I got to talk about? What else have I been up to? Lots of Lucy Letby. I've been doing lots of research on Lucy Letby. It was meant to be done by now, but this whole, like, honestly, the story just keeps on progressing and getting crazier and crazier. And then it just adds on a load of stuff for me to research and make sense of. Yeah, I was going to stream last week, but I got poorly. Because I went to... Actually, I went away. Not this week, last week. To London. And I raced my first ever public race event thing. Ever. Woo! I should get my sound effects out. Yay! Yeah, I did a race. It was 10k. I did 10k, and I was aiming for sub 1 hour. And guess what I got? 59 minutes and 44 seconds, baby! Woo! Which on average is a very beginner time, but first race ever, and you know, I am pretty much a beginner, so I don't think it's you know, anything to sniff at being a beginner. Technically a beginner. Like I have always run, like I've kind of like recreationally, I've always been a bit of a jogger. But no, I've never really given myself anything to aim for before. So I was like, okay, I'm going to aim for something. I'm going to do 10k under an hour. And I did it. I fucking did it. You only got little legs too. I think I'm 5'7". I'm very, very average height. So yeah, I don't know what the average is for someone with the legs the length of mine, but yeah. But yeah, I was worried about doing it because I normally run on a treadmill at the gym, and it is nicer running outside, but the concrete gets my knees. The concrete has always in the past made my knees hurt a lot, but what I've been doing is like actually taking care of them. I've been doing like stretches and doing like little exercises, little like physiotherapy exercises, just to make sure. What you have to do if you have dodgy knees is you have to ensure that all of the muscles that keep like your kneecap in place are very strong. And I think that's not what I hadn't been doing before. But I ran an entire 10k on concrete, and afterwards I didn't even have any problems with my knees whatsoever, which is amazing. So yeah. So I want to do another one now, but I want to beat my time. I don't know what I should aim for, but yeah. I'll probably just try and beat my time next time. Your only competition is yourself. Do you have any specific stretches you do? Well, you kind of learn what your favourite stretches are. I quite like a pigeon stretch. Quite like a downward dog. And that one where you like kneel. I don't know what that one's called. Will we be seeing you in the next Olympics? Absolutely not. I've never been a very sporty person. Absolutely not. I only really like running because I really like listening to music while I'm running, and it's kind of like a bit of a escape for me rather than a competitive thing. Which is why it annoyed me when they said that we weren't allowed to use headphones in the actual run, because I was like, shit, I've literally never run without music before. How am I going to do this? I'm going to be so mentally bored. But like all of the other people like running around me sort of kept me not too bored, which is nice. I don't think I could have done it if I was just like on a treadmill on my own without music. Why the prohibition on headphones? They said it's unsafe, and to be fair, they do sometimes. They have to like shout out while you're going around. They have to shout out like keep to the left, because like sometimes runners will be like lapping you, like the really fast guys. They'll be like lapping you, so they're like keep to the left. Or if they have to shout out some kind of like danger that's in the path, then they're like, well, you shouldn't use headphones unless they're like the bone conducting ones, which I think allow you to hear stuff outside. But then like after when I was actually racing, I saw like quite a few other people with headphones on. I was like, they clearly didn't even check or care. I was like, fuck, I probably could have just slipped me AirPods in my pocket, but yeah. Yeah, it would have been like an insurance thing. So yeah. So I did that last week. Then I had a couple of days in London just going around. I went to the MoCo Museum, which is like an art gallery. And they had a little section for NFTs, and they were just like on screens on the wall, just like looping. I was like, what the fuck? When did they install this? Because there was a little plaque next to it all. Like, if you follow me on Instagram, I put it on my story. There was a little plaque next to them that was like, NFTs are the future of art. I was like, when did they write this? And yeah, they had like one by Beeple, and a few. They had one by Paris Hilton there as well. Yeah, but there was some good art there. Like the top floor is the best floor. If you go there, the top floor is the best floor. The middle floor that you first see is kind of meh. The ground floor, the basement floor is the worst floor. That's where the NFTs are. Yeah, and the plaque was like, this NFT is on loan from NFT underscore collector 33 or whatever. I was like, guys, this you could have just right-clicked it and downloaded it. I don't think you needed to loan it from anyone. But yeah. But I saw some Banksies. Tracy Emmons, some cool stuff. There were some cool pieces in there. Some very weird art pieces in there as well. Like a huge part of it was by this artist who literally just attached crystals to like chairs and benches. I was like, I don't get a lot of it. And the whole point of the series of artworks was to like sit on it or like lie on it, and your head is like near the crystal, and you're meant to like feel, I don't know, healed by the crystal or something. And like it literally looked like it took about 2 seconds to put together. But hey, each to their own. Yeah, what else have I got? Oh crap, I normally put on my Discord, on a little Discord chat with my Twitch mods. I normally say, oh, I'm going to be streaming soon, and I just realized I put a message on there, but I didn't tag them. But it looks like they've seen. So hi, thanks guys, thanks. You're still here, even though I am stupid and forgot to tag you. That's good. What else have I got? It's okay, mods are used to being underappreciated. Oh no, we appreciate the mods here. It's only 2 of them. I might do a little tag anyway. No, I've done a tag. Where is Eddie? I'm not sure where Eddie is. Maybe he'll be around soon. Right. What else was I doing this week? I'm just going to go through... I think that's all for my personal news. I think. Oh, yeah. I didn't even tell you. Yeah, so I went to London. I caught something while I was there. And I came back and I just got poorly. So that's why I didn't stream last weekend. Because I got a cold. So I would have just been sat here sniffling. I am still a little bit snotty. You might be able to hear there's still a little bit of snot in there. But yeah, that's why I didn't stream last week. And I was thinking maybe I'll stream through the week. But I got like so engrossed in all of the research that I didn't in the end. And then I was like, well, you're probably going to get an extra stream out of me next week anyway, because 2 Point Museum comes out on Tuesday. So I might want to play that as soon as it comes out. So I'll stream that. And you guys can watch me get real serious. I don't know how entertaining I'm going to be, but hey. I'm going to get real serious about that museum. I'm going to be concentrating. So yeah. Let's go on the other screen. Yeah, somebody put this in the Discord. I'm just going to go through a few things that I've seen on there. Multi-millionaire stunt giveaway YouTuber Mr. Beast is one of the biggest influences on children. On the set of his Amazon series, a 24-year-old has been left disabled after part of a building fell on him. Team Beast offered him $1,000 in gift cards. Yep. Am I surprised? I don't know if I want to read that whole article just yet. I'm gonna pour another beer. It's like that guy with the apology video. Yeah. Handing out gift codes. Oh yeah, wasn't that what's his name? Oh, I forgot his name now. He was like, I'm so sorry guys. Here's an Amazon code. Here's an Amazon code. Here's an Amazon code. Here's an Amazon code. Rice gum. That was it. It was rice gum. Right, time for a bit of gamma ray. You're being dragged to see the Kaiser Chiefs. Well, yeah. Leeds is where the Kaiser Chiefs come from. What else have we got on here? 1 year ago today. Yeah, that was quite long ago. February 24th. The infamous Willy Wonka chocolate experience took place. How was that a year ago? Oh, man. Memories. Memories. This lady dressed up as it for she's got a marble run. I love that. That's a nice touch. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. I love marble runs. I used to have one as a kid. I love like building stuff. I loved Lego and I loved marble runs because I could just like build things really tall. Time is not speeding up. You're just getting older. Remember that. Years seem really short now because you have lived so many of them. What a happy thought. What a happy thought. All right, I might have to take off the sunglasses now. Oh, I don't think I can wear them. Like, wearing sunglasses and headphones, it really pushes into the side of your head. Thank you for reminding me I will be 40 soon. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. Oh, it's Moon! Yes. My cunning disguise has been removed. All right, so somebody put this on the Discord. Somebody put this on the Discord. And I thought it looked quite interesting. Just to, before we get into all the heavy stuff, this looked quite interesting. Apparently guitarists on Instagram are lying to you. Are they faking their guitar solos?
Whew. That was very tough. Now I know what you're thinking. That sounded a little too perfect. So here is a raw DI of me playing that.
Oh no! It's like when you hear like singers with no effects on their voices, when you just hear them live with no effect on the mic. Guitar solos like that, when there's like no effects on them, they sound awful.
Same part.
The little twang.
Alright, I gotta be real with you. I don't like when people are dishonest and deceitful, so I'm gonna level with you here. I lied to you just now. What's up, YouTube? I am Jacob Hansen. I'm a record producer with a bachelor's in recording arts and over 12 years experience. Welcome to my channel. Here's what the actual DI of what I just played sounds like.
Oh,
So what did I show you
bad.
before? It was an edited DI, but I played along with it to make it seem real. Now, I've noticed a handful of Instagram guitarists
Miming?
that are actually doing
But
this.
for
And
guitars?
I really don't think that there's anything wrong with editing your playing and miming along to it. I really don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's kind of a standard of today. But when you film something showing that you're not faking it, but that's a lie, I don't like that. And I don't think you want to be lied to either. If you're hiding it, sure, but blatant lying, that's different. So here's this.
Why are we on 480, guys? What's going on? 4K. This video is available in 4K. Why are we slumming it in 480?
Instagram guitarist Daving Lover. Big following, as you can see. And he posted this video.
I had a ton of people calling this video fake, so here's a DI of it, but I'm gonna play you the riff first.
That was really cool, right? So here's his little DI video showing that it's real. Do you see the similarities to my video? Now this guy can obviously play. You can't even fake that you can play along to it that well without being able to play. But here's what really gave it away for me. Notice right here, his top string is ringing out while he's going to
He's not
tap.
muted it.
But in the audio, you can hear that the top string actually gets muted and all you hear is the tapping.
That's honestly, that makes playing like that so much harder, is like actually properly muting the string really well at the same time as doing all that tapping. Like muting all the strings that you don't want to ring out makes it so much harder.
Gotcha. Now let me show you how it's edited and faked. So when you saw me playing along to the real DI, all you saw on the screen was this, which is what I actually recorded. But really, this channel was muted. And what you were hearing was in these hidden tracks. I've got hidden tracks here. There's this edited track right here, and I had to count myself in to follow along. So I just set up these 4 little blips of sound to count me in, but I didn't include that in the video so that you wouldn't know. What I've done here is I've tracked everything at a slower speed, and then I've chopped it and edited it to a faster speed. So down here, you'll see this unedited track. Here's what that sounds like. As you can see here, I'm playing it really slow. And that's because I really just need the initial strum of the note, not how long it's held out. And then I can cut them together note by note and fade them together. And then if I join these into one audio track, it looks like this. And you wouldn't even know that it actually was edited because it looks like one track. If you want a detailed video on how to actually track these perfect guitar takes and edit them, click up here. Now, these Instagram guitarists could be using a virtual instrument plugin using MIDI to program the guitar, like this Odin 3 plugin by Solemn Tones. Or they could be using a combination of the MIDI guitar and for the scratching string sounds, they could just be punching those in themselves. These MIDI instrument guitars, all that they've done is they've recorded each individual note on the fretboard, and it's essentially the same thing as punching in single notes with your raw recorded guitar. It gives very similar results.
I've got loads of these plugins, these guitar plugins, but I never use them. I've only got them because they come as part of Complete. And because I have Complete, it comes with all of these really like well sampled like bass and guitar plugins. But because I'm a guitarist and a bassist anyway, I never use them because I can always just record in whatever the hell I want to. And if I fuck up, I can just very, very easily like shift stuff around. It's very easy to. So I have all of these plugins, but I never use them.
Results. They've got up and down strums and ways to program all of that. They've even got expressive stuff like pick slides. So it's possible to get a lot of this done with one of these MIDI guitar plugins. There's also this company called Jamstick that makes guitars with built-in MIDI controllers. So while you're playing, you can actually record MIDI, which would be very useful if you're doing things, you know, half speed or note by.
But you can just do that in the software nowadays, so that's really fucking pointless. Like if you play in a guitar solo or a chord progression on guitar, what you can get the software to do nowadays, it's like AI and shit, I don't know. What it can do is like figure out what chord you're playing and just put that into MIDI for you anyway. It can all be done within Ableton with a plugin, so I don't even know why you'd need this.
I know, because it'd be really easy to just speed up the MIDI. Now, the another thing is I actually didn't record the video at full speed. I recorded it at 85% speed so that I could speed the video up in post to 125% to actually match the full speed of the song. This is a great way of getting away with it because you're only slowing it down a little bit, but it actually makes it playable and you can exceed your actual abilities at the cost of morality. Another guitarist that does a similar
This would make a lot more sense if I knew what the hell MIDI is. I forget them. There may be non-musical people in here. MIDI is like notes, but on computer.
thing is
I don't even know how to explain it.
buried alive guitarist Charles Caswell. Now, I actually toured with his old band Reflections back in 2013 when I was playing A Night Declare War, and it was one of their first tours. I'm not going to lie to you, they were pretty sloppy back then. But he's gone on to be incredibly successful, writing really cool stuff for Buried Alive. It's really cool. Now, he also gets a lot of flack for his stuff being edited. But one thing that's cool about Charles is he posts real live clips of him playing certain sections of his songs where you can actually...
Basically, it's like if you played piano, to explain it in the simplest terms, if you played piano and you had that piano plugged into a computer, if you wanted the computer to know what notes you were playing and how long for and what velocity you were playing those notes at, then you'd use MIDI. It's like an interface that your computer can... It allows your computer to understand what you're playing on the keyboard.
actually hear little mess ups and mistakes and imperfections that you can tell it's real. Like this, watch.
It's like human to computer translator for notes. Maybe, I guess.
Overall, he's a great guitarist. You can really tell by how he's playing. And so is Daving Lover. You can really tell. Great guitarist. But there's this internet persona perfectionist problem that a lot of guitarists seem to have where they just want to...
It's the same with vocalists, though. Like, you know those a cappella vocalists that you have on Instagram? Where they're like... sometimes there's like groups of them and they're all singing together. And they'll make it seem like it's all... natural, but then people have done actual analysis on those Instagram videos of people singing, and they're like, this has clearly been auto-tuned to shit.
meet this unattainable perfect level that sets too high of a standard for everyone.
Yeah, the kitchen singer videos.
Some kid is going to look up to him and wish that they could play that well, and they're never going to be able to reach it. There's other guitarists and bands that have been caught for playing over guitar backtracks live. I'll save that for another video. But the moral of the story is, don't lie to your fans. It's okay to have mistakes. Stop setting an unreachable standard. We're all human here, and we're all trying to get better. If you're already an amazing guitarist, just show us your amazing skills with the imperfections. If you like this video, please hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. I'm really trying to grow it, so thanks for watching.
Oh, has he done a video on that as well?
Have you or a
Our
loved
TikTok
one
thing is
fallen
fooling
victim
you.
to a video like this? I can't find your silver lining. I don't mean to judge. When you read your speech, it's time enough is enough.
Hey, that's not too bad.
You've been scammed. Me. I did it. I scammed just now. I just
Oh, was that auto-tuned?
scammed you. Yep. All right. Let me show you how this magic trick works. I used my phone to take a video of me singing, so it seems like the audio that you're hearing is the raw audio from the phone, not edited or fooled with or tricking you in any way. Well, for starters, you know how there was piano being played in the background? Well, that actually wasn't coming through the speakers. That was added in post. Now, the problem is, if I'm just singing raw without any reference like that piano, then my pitch could be all over the place and, it just could be really messed up. So I needed the piano to be able to have a reference to make sure that I was singing good. So I had my AirPod headphone in one of my ears that was hidden by me having my head turned to the camera. Some people just hide it by having their hair cover it. And the reason that I had to record the singing separately from the piano was so that I could use software to read just the pitch of the singing so that I could fix the pitch in post. A lot of people...
It did sound real though, that clip, because it didn't sound like that perfect. But maybe he did auto-tune it in a way that made it sound a little bit imperfect.
People refer to this pitch correction as auto-tune. But the thing about auto-tune is it's not very transparent and it's hard to get away with it, really. So what I used is a piece of software called Melodyne that does
singing voice.
does manual pitch correction. So on the computer over here, I've already brought my video from my phone to my computer, and I drag it into my recording software here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just extract the audio from it. And then on this audio track, I'm going to put this plugin called Melodyne. If I click here
A bit of
and
Melodyne.
let it play for a sec. I can't find your silver lining. You will see that here is the pitch that I was singing. Now this note right here, you can see this squiggly line, and that's the actual pitch that I'm singing in relation to a piano note. Like this is an F sharp. And around this squiggly line is this bigger bubble, which kind of shows like the average of what the note that's being sang. And so if we click on this and we look up here, we can see that it's an F sharp 3 and that it's negative 18 cents from the F sharp 3 from being perfect on the F sharp 3.
18 cents out. God. You couldn't even get the note on the precise cent.
So really, I sang this 18 cents flat. So what I can do
Amateur.
is grab my pitch tool here and I can move it up to be not flat at all. So now it says 0 and the pitch has been corrected. But I still have this squiggly line in here, which is my kind of natural vibrato and wavering. And because that still exists, the tuning is much more transparent than if it was just a straight line. This is what that sounds like. Silver lining. It's very transparent. You can't really hear it. Versus if I remove the vibrato completely with this pitch modulation tool, now check out what it sounds like. Silver lining. It's definitely a little bit more toony. Like, watch if I do it with this one too. Silver lining. Then you get that real.
You're all having a crash course right now on how to produce music.
Auto-tuned sound. So I've went through and took the time to manually move all of these.
So like what you should know is like it's everybody uses auto-tune. Like everybody in the charts is using some amount of auto-tune. It's just like how much you're using. But to get a natural sound, like to get the T-Pain sound, which is like really robotic, you don't have to be good at singing. Like you just, all you really have to do is get somewhere within the range of the thing that you're trying to sing. But to make an auto-tuned vocal line sound natural, you actually have to be quite talented in the first place. You have to be pretty talented to be able to make it sound natural, because what you're aiming to do is have the software do as least work as possible, because what it's doing is using like algorithms to change the notes of what you're singing, and the more that it has to change the note, the more fake it's going to sound, the more shit it's going to sound. So like you still need to be a pretty fucking good singer, and the better you are at singing, the less bad your auto-tune is going to sound.
Notes to sound as perfect as I can without it sounding like that auto-tune sound, keeping it transparent. I have this previously imported version right here that if I bring up Melodyne, you can see that if I click on this note here, it's already at 0. This one's already at 0. They're all at 0. And perfectly moved everything to be like that. And this is what you heard in the beginning video. Now, if I select everything and I hit reset, watch all the notes move. I'll zoom in here just so you can see that again. Here, I'll undo it. You see how much they're moving? Lots of little adjustments. And as you can guess, it takes a long time to do all that, to make it really sound natural, but as perfect.
If you're like completely tone deaf though, I swear there is nothing you can do with someone who has no talent for singing whatsoever. There's basically nothing you can do with that. Like you couldn't take me going, twinkle, twinkle, little star, and make it sound like Mariah Carey was singing that. Like that it will not work like that.
Perfect as you can. Now, once this is all tuned, I put in the piano underneath. Here's all the piano notes programmed. And I mix it to be below the vocals. I can't find your silver lining. I don't mean to judge. Then I export these together.
Like I think he's got, with his voice, he's got something to work with,
as one track, so it sounds like they were being performed at the same time. So then I go into my video editing software here, and I bring in.
I don't want a lot for Christmas. There is just one thing I need. Right, someone clip that and make it sound like it was the original.
The exported track. And once I've dragged this in, what I'm going to do is I'm going to line it up to the original video here, and then listen back and try to get them as lined up as possible. I can't find your silver lining. I don't mean to judge. That sounds pretty close, and you can hear some phasing going on, and that's because the notes that I'm singing are slightly different in the correct one versus my actual authentic real take. So then from here, I'm just going to actually mute the audio from the original video so that only the edited audio is being played over it. So now I still have the raw sound of the camera audio, but it has been edited and you wouldn't really know. And I just export this as one video and then I can post this to social media. Now, there are truly amazing singers on these social media platforms that don't edit their singing and leave it unedited, flaws and all. A good example would be Kennedy.
Okay, all of the reverb, like, well, it looks like she's in a bathroom. But no, that's not real that's fake reverb that she's put on there. That's not bathroom reverb. I know what natural bathroom reverb sounds like.
Wrapped around my finger.
Now, notice how Kennedy
Yeah, I'm suspicious of that. That sounds like fake computer reverb.
in this paused clip right here, you can see both of her ears and neither have a headphone in them. This is going to be important for the next clip I show you. You can see if we bring this video into our software and we look at the pitch, you can see that, some of these notes are not right in the middle and, there's squiggly lines, there's imperfections, and that's showing that it's genuine and she's really a great singer that, is not afraid to show her flaws. Being real, in my opinion, is a good
Why the fake reverb then? That was not bathroom reverb.
thing. But unfortunately, there are a lot of singers on these platforms that use this software to perfect their singing abilities, and then people in the comments genuinely believe that this person is a perfect singer. A good example here would be Anna Frank. Now, Anna here, you can notice that her head is always tilted to the side. She even looks forward at one point, but her hair is completely covering her
the
other
hair.
ear. And I'm pretty sure that it's the same thing that I was doing earlier, where there's just, an AirPod hiding in her ear so that, she can keep her pitch relative to that piano and stay in time with it and whatnot. Now, if we bring this video into our software, you can see that the pitch is going right in the middle of the note, right where the perfection is. And in spots where it would be nearly impossible to be perfect, it just is. It is everywhere. It is. And the thing about it is, if you look at that line, it's not wavering like your natural voice does. It's really flat. There's barely any wavering going on, barely any vibrato, which is just proving the fact that it was edited with software. And the bummer is in the comments, there is so many people that are saying, your voice control is insane. How do you control your voice like that? There's tons of comments of people wishing that they had that level of control, but they can't naturally get that level of control without the power of software. So unfortunately,
That's so funny. I think I could do this so easily as well. I could make myself seem like such a good singer, just completely fake it on TikTok if I really wanted to.
they're being tricked into believing that it's a real camera audio, undoctored, but really it's edited and they're just believing a magic trick. Now, there's a lot of creators and singers out there that sing into a studio mic like this, and the vocals sound really polished, and you can hear harmonies that have been pre-tracked that are going along while they're miming along to the video. And to me, that's obvious that, okay, this has been doctored in the studio, this has been produced, but it's obvious, like, to the point that there's nothing unethical about it. It's so obvious that anybody could figure out, like, okay, there's obviously not two singers going on here, but there's harmonies. So this has been doctored in the studio. We aren't trying to act like it wasn't doctored in the studio. But when you record with a phone camera and you're getting the raw audio from the room, that's making it seem like, oh, I'm just hearing the raw audio. This is what their voice really naturally
Raw
sounds
dogging
like.
it, bruh.
So what are your thoughts on this? Do you think it even matters that singers are tricking people into believing that they have this perfect pitch? Or should they get, props for pulling off a magic trick and people not even knowing what they actually did? Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. If you dig this video, please hit that like button. Subscribe to my channel if you want to see some more. Peace out.
In and out of love with you, I never lost a one with it. I love you.
Your voice control is insane. Wow. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Right, I do need to pay. We're gonna do a BBC theme. What shall we sample? A little bit of auto tune. A little bit of auto tune. Auto growl.
Do you believe in love after love? I can feel something inside me say, I really don't think you're strong enough, no. Do you believe in love after love?
If I accidentally burp when I've got this reverb on, you can hear my burp with reverb. It's great. Do you believe in love after love? What shall we sample? The reverb. If I could like burp on command, that would be perfect. But I don't know how people do that. How do the people like burp on command? How do those people do that? I want to learn. Is there a tutorial? Is there a burping on demand tutorial? There's a wiki how.
If you want to burp on demand, you can train yourself to swallow air and then release it as a burp in one smooth motion. Drinking carbonated beverages can help build pressure in your stomach, and keeping your back upright
I'm doing
will
that.
allow you to push out more air when you exhale. Swallowing air and practicing the proper technique can help you channel the gas into a burp.
Channel
Once
the
you
gas.
have enough gas pressure, open your mouth and let the air escape from the back of your throat, using jaw movements to create suction. Burping a couple of times can help release more air. With practice, you can learn to burp in one smooth motion. Swallowing a lot of air at first and following the urge to burp can help you get better at burping on demand, making the process
How do you swallow air?
easier and less painful over time. Keep practicing to improve your skills.
How do you swallow air? Oh. I'm gonna first time I did this in Brooklyn. I first sampled Brooklyn. Meow, meow. Break in and open your diaphragm. No, it's not working. I'm too much of a lady. How do you swallow air? That's not working. How do you swallow air? It's like my body's not allowing that to happen. Okay, I swallowed the air in my cheeks. Now what? It just went down. Nothing's coming back up. It's gonna come out the other end, guys. It's just gonna come out the other end. What are you doing to me? Oh. Keep doing it. It's not coming out. Do I have to hold my nose? No, it doesn't work. Okay, I'm gonna have to practice. You know what? Throughout the week, I'll practice that. I'll practice that throughout the week. Then maybe we can do that next time. I'm pretty sure. In the meantime, all of that's just gonna come through the other end. No! Ah! Stop! Oh my God! Stop it with the copyrighted music.
If you want to burp on demand.
Maybe we could just sample that video. Oh, what? Oh shit! I wasn't recording, and a little one just. Oh, it was only tiny though. I bet it wouldn't even have picked up on the mic. It was that small and pathetic.
You can train yourself to swallow air and then release it as a burp. You can train yourself to swallow air and then release it as a burp.
Oh, I just did another one as well, but it was only tiny. Yeah, I need expensive scientific mics. That's what I need. I'm proud to be a woman because I don't fart. Yeah. Same here. Same here. I'm sampling the WikiHow. We'll see what we get out of this. Ba, 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 ba. Right, we need right, what so
Yourself to swallow air and then release it on demand. You can If you want to burp, if you want to burp. If you want to burp, 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 if you want to burp.
Okay, yeah, yeah, all right.
If you want to burp, if you want to burp, if you want to burp.
That works, that works.
If you want to burp, 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 if you want to burp.
Why can't I hear this? Oh. Honestly though, sexism. Why are these all male burps? Why is it wet burp? Burp, comma, sick 01. Burp, comma, sick 02. British burp. What makes it British? Oh fuck! What made that British? Oh fuck! What's the word? The word burp.
Burp.
I mean, I'm crying. Oh shit! I need to pee, and if I don't go to pee soon, I'm gonna wee myself if I keep doing this. What was British about it? Oh fuck! Right, okay, we're doing some British stuff, but but I have to pee. Calm. All right, okay.
And Mark.
All right, we'll we'll start off with some Lucy Letby stuff. We have the good Dr. Phil. So in England, in Britain, we have the good Dr. Phil, right? That's Dr. Phil Hammond. He's the good Dr. Phil. In America, you have evil Dr. Phil, right? But in Britain, we have good Dr. Phil. So we're gonna watch him. Right. Piss. Right. We're gonna put the piss song on. I'm gonna piss. I'm also gonna grab another can. I'm gonna wipe the tears from under my eyes. Right, okay, yeah. Okay, right. Bye.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now.
Oh, just in time.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh, just in time. Oh no. My headphones are stuck. Okay.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, good Dr. Phil. Good Dr. Phil. So, Dr. Phil Hammond. He works for the Private Eye. Well, he writes for Private Eye. I don't know their working relationship. I don't know if he's employed by Private Eye or if, I don't know. But he writes a column in Private Eye. And because he's a doctor, what he does is he sort of like, what he normally does in Private Eye is he talks about the NHS and problems with the NHS. And ever since the Lucy Letby case has come about, he's like non-stop like written about the Lucy Letby case in Private Eye. And because he's a doctor, he like knows what he's talking about from the perspective of the NHS. So yeah, but he also does like live shows and stuff. He's like a funny guy. He writes like funny shows that are about being a doctor in the NHS and about how cuts affect the NHS and all stuff like that. Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Mark MacDonald took over as a new barrister, and when I had interviewed him shortly after he'd taken over, I said, "What are you going to do?" And he said, "Well, there are various tactics, but my main tactic is probably I'm going to scour the world for the best experts I can find. You know, you need the people who have impeccable academic credentials, who know more of this."
Do I like Gary's Economics or Jimmy the Giant? I've been watching some of their stuff. I can't say that I know everything about them, but I've enjoyed what I've seen from both of them. Yeah.
anyone else. And although the Court of Appeal doesn't like games of expert top trumps, it would be hard to ignore a global coalition of people. Plus, I also want to get UK experts because they understand the NHS. So I want to get some practicing neonatologists who do this at the highest level in the NHS to look at all these cases, and I want to get international experts. I want the two groups to look at these independently. And I said to him, do you promise to publish the results of their findings, whether they are in favour of letby or not? And he said yes. So I thought that was quite a clever approach. I think the other advantage of getting international experts is that they have much less skin in the game. It's very hard to be a UK neonatologist and not to express a prior view on letby's conviction, whereas the vast majority of the international experts he found, who all agreed to work pro bono, as did the UK experts, didn't really know much about
A lot of these neonatology experts as well, they're from all around the world, but quite a few of them are from Canada. Big up Canada.
the case. They
I'm gonna be doing a little section about neonatology in Canada, because Canada's been through, it's like Canada's been through what we're going through right now with regards to forensic pathology when it comes to children, like neonatal forensic pathology, because they've already had a guy in the past called Charles Smith, who is basically he sort of posed as a expert neonatologist, and he was used as an expert witness in many Canadian trials. And it came out after years and years and years of him being an expert witness in all of these trials that all of his evidence was actually really flawed. And he essentially made it seem like these children were subject to abuse or were murdered, when they actually hadn't been. They just sort of died of natural causes. So Canada's already been through all of this before, and they did an investigation into this guy. He was called Dr. Charles Smith. They did an investigation into the guy, and they figured out that all of his evidence was like really flawed, and he'd actually put a load of like parents and relatives of kids like in prison when they actually hadn't done anything wrong. Like they hadn't actually abused the children, they hadn't actually murdered the children. They were innocent people that he was putting in jail because he was giving false evidence, essentially, as an expert witness. And that's basically exactly what's happened in the Lucy Letby case. So Canada has like learned all of the lessons from this, and now they have all of these systems in place to ensure that pediatric expert witnesses are actually working to specific standards. But we haven't learned that lesson yet. So basically there's all of these neonatologists from Canada being like, we know, like, we've seen all of this before, like, we know what's happening and we can help you here.
Might have seen the odd headline, but basically they were looking at all the evidence afresh. So all the evidence that was presented at the trial, all the clinical notes they had access to. And when McDonald said he was going to make it public, I hadn't realised he was going to do it in two fairly inflammatory press conferences. So we had one press conference mid-December where some of the results of the UK neonatology analysis were reached, and they've now looked at 4 cases in great detail and not found any evidence of deliberate harm, and have managed to explain all the deaths and collapses that they've looked at in terms of sick babies, some of them receiving substandard care, some of them dying of natural causes. But they only looked at 4 cases in detail. The international panel, 14 experts, looked at all 17 cases she was originally charged at in great detail, pro bono, and they've reached exactly the same conclusion. They can't find any evidence of deliberate harm by anyone. However, they do find substantial evidence of substandard care, to the extent that when I asked the panel, the lead panel expert, Dr. Shu Lee, what he would do if a unit was performing like this in Canada, he said, I'd close it down. So they're very much in the camp of these deaths are entirely explained by a unit having a above average number of sicker babies than it would normally get, and not having the expertise to cope with it, which is what my original hypothesis was 18 months ago. But obviously we needed
Yeah, I'm not sure why he has a trumpet. Maybe he does play the trumpet, I don't know.
this to happen. We needed people who knew what they were talking about, looking at all the notes, to reach that conclusion.
There's a slight complicating factor here in that there has been an inquiry set up to investigate the events at the Countess of Chester Hospital, the Thirlwall inquiry, which, am I right in saying, is ongoing?
It's ongoing, yes. I mean, it was based on the premise that she was guilty, so it was accepting her guilt and is predicated on trying to figure out whether she could have been stopped earlier. And again, I wrote to the Thirlwall inquiry back in May saying, I think this is misguided because, one of the reasons she wasn't stopped earlier is perhaps she isn't guilty, and you shouldn't just consider the deaths and collapses that involved Letby. There were plenty of others that didn't involve her, and you need to look at those in its entirety. But they decided not to, so all they've done is assume she's guilty and tried to find ways to have stopped her. And it's now in a terrible fix because these experts have come and said, well, actually, we're questioning that there was ever any homicidal act. Certainly the means of murder have been strongly refuted. So should it be paused until the Criminal Cases Review Commission has reached its view on whether it's returning it back to the Court of Appeal? I mean, it could end up being a huge waste of public money.
It's a natural trumpet. It has no valves. So, like, the trumpets with valves, that's like using auto-tune on a trumpet.
And if it's based on a false premise, it could come up with recommendations that are profoundly damaging. I mean, it may say, we need to put CCTV in all hospitals, neonatal units, maternity units, operating theatres, to watch people all the time to make sure they're not murderers. Well, if no murder ever occurred, that might be overkill. So my view is it probably should pause itself until the CCRC has reached a view. But, as you know, the CCRC can take 10 years or more to reach a view. There's no reason why Letby's case should jump the queue. There are plenty of other cases that are still being considered. And so it may be at least a year before they go through all this very complicated new evidence to reach a view.
And that is, we should say, the CCRC is the Criminal Cases Review Commission, which looks at cases which have, I suppose, where evidence has emerged to suggest that maybe another view should be taken.
Yes, and they are in trouble themselves. Their boss has resigned and they have lots of vacancies, and it took them 10 years to turn over a rape conviction recently. So a chap was wrongly convicted, was in prison for 17 years, and there are various others waiting in the wings. So Letby is not the only...
Yeah, that's heartbreaking. So that he's talking about Andrew Malkinson, who the CCRC have only just got him exonerated for a violent rape that he actually didn't commit, and he's been in jail for that rape for 17 years, and I believe that he's still not received his compensation for it. And the CCRC, they're meant to take these cases and take them back to the appeals court and be like, look, I think this case has some proper flawed evidence in it. I think there's a proper chance that this guy could be innocent. That's what the CCRC is meant to do. It's meant to investigate cases, but they're really underfunded, and also they've been under very, very bad management for decades. So there's a massive backlog. They're basically not referring anything to the Court of Appeal whatsoever. So that's basically Lucy Letby's only hope at the minute, because she's already lost both of her appeals.
One, and it would be unfair if she jumped the queue just because there was loads of, now global, because of these press conferences. You're seeing, articles in Australia and New Zealand and America saying, have they locked up the wrong person, etc. You've got very establishment people like Joshua Rosenberg, the BBC legal correspondent, who's now questioning the conviction. There have now been 2 articles in The Economist. The Church of England Times are even saying, have we locked up the wrong person? It's an interesting tactic by Mark MacDonald, because he's basically poking the snake of his own profession. He's basically saying, you could have got this really badly wrong. Also,
her new barrister is working completely pro bono because he's very convinced that this conviction is unsafe.
Obedient, compliant barrister would have done is just quietly submit his evidence to the CCRC, not done 2 great big press conferences. And it'll be interesting to see what effect it has on his profession. Now, they might say, gosh, we need to expedite this because there's lots of public concern. Or they might say, this is now so profoundly embarrassing, we'll kick it into the long grass for as long as we can. So we don't know which way it's going to go.
And
I don't think they will kick it into the long grass, so to speak, because there is so much public conversation around it. I don't think they can at this point just like brush this under the rug.
I think the first time you spoke to...
What it does do is it exposes many flaws in not only the NHS, but in the justice system. And I think it serves as a really, really good chance for us to actually learn where a lot of our flaws lie. So we need to come at them head on. We can't just ignore them and just pretend that we got the truth the first time round when everything was done in such a flawed way, because then we'd be ignoring all of the flaws in our system.
To this podcast about the Letby trial, you were quite equivocal about whether... You said, I'm not saying anything in particular about Lucy Letby's guilt or innocence. You were more concerned with how the trial itself might have been mishandled. It feels like you...
Too many holes in the Swiss cheese. You got it.
Your opinion has changed since then.
Well, the thing that needed to happen was the very thing that has happened now, which is really top-end experts looking at all the clinical evidence and saying there's no medical evidence of murder. Now, my argument going all the way back to the Bristol inquiry, which is the first big scandal I exposed about babies dying after heart surgery, is that the two things the NHS needed, one was mandatory safe staffing levels. So if we are going to do these incredibly complex operations or, we're going to look after premature babies, we need to have properly safely staffed units, and we don't. And the second thing I said is you need a crash investigation team for the NHS, a bit like the airline industry. So when these things happen, independent, trained experts go in very quickly, hard and fast, and they come up with the reasons why. Had this happened in the Letby case, this would never have gone to court. She'd have never been implicated if the experts are right, and nobody would ever dug up her garden. They'd have said this is a failing unit with substandard care, and we either need to
It sounds like David Mitchell on helium. Like this is just like middle class English man voice.
Take it down a notch or close it or give it the staffing it requires. So that's, but I was reluctant to say she's guilty or innocent because that's for the court to decide. My feeling is she had an unfair trial for complicated reasons, but the person who changed my mind most was a chap called Dr. Mike Hall, who was the expert witness for the defence, who was never called. And he contacted the eye very early on and said, I think she had an unfair trial. I think the babies were sicker than the prosecution was alleging, and I think there were more plausible causes for death than murder. But he wouldn't share any of his reports with us because he said they're court documents. So we've had to wait all this time, 18 months, for other experts via her barrister to be able to look at all the evidence. So I was reluctant to reach a view until proper experts had looked at all the evidence. I now think it's far more likely she didn't do it, but I still maintain it has to go through the correct legal process. But, if the best experts in the world are saying we can't find any evidence of deliberate harm, and there isn't any pathological evidence, and all the coroners performing post-mortems and the pathologists couldn't find any evidence of deliberate harm, it all comes down to the prosecution experts who appeared in the original trial, led by Dowie Evans, who with characteristic modesty has dismissed all these international experts as talking absolute nonsense, and I have no respect for them. I mean, if he was sensible, he would have said, look, I'm standing by my views. They were tested in court. These experts are entitled to their views, and it has to go through the correct legal process. That would have been scientific and diplomatic. Instead, he said, I don't respect these people. I think they're talking nonsense. And it's just inflaming things even more.
So in the absence of the clinical evidence, there are other things like circumstantial evidence which were taken into account. Things like notes that she may have written while these babies were ill, or the fact that she was looking them up online, looking at their families online.
I think all of that is
mentioned in your latest piece.
I think all of that is relevant and all of it matters. However, there does also appear to be other plausible explanations that the jury weren't aware of. For example, the notes that she wrote saying I am evil and I did this, which also included notes saying I didn't do this, were part of her counselling process where she was encouraged to write down her feelings. And often you write down feelings of guilt. That's a normal thing. The jury...
It's literally the most normal thing ever. Like, anybody who's been... Like, if you read about everything that she went through in her workplace before she was actually arrested, she had 4 consultants, basically, coming for her, saying, you've been murdering babies. And it literally everybody else, like all of the nurses and all of the nursing management people, they were all going, no, she's not. You have no evidence for this. All the evidence you have is that she's around a lot. That's the only evidence you have. And she's around a lot because she's a very qualified nurse and she's good in emergencies. So therefore, they wanted her around the sickest babies. So statistically, she was more likely to be around she was more likely to be around the sickest babies, therefore the ones who were more likely to collapse and more likely to die. And the nursing managers who knew her, knew this, and they were saying to the consultants the entire time, look, you have no medical evidence that these babies were unexpectedly collapsing. All your evidence is that Lucy Letby was there when they collapsed. But they're the consultants, and they're supposed to be the ones that notice the signs that the babies were actually slowly deteriorating. But because they weren't there enough, because they were stretched, and also they were making very bad medical mistakes, probably because they were stretched at the same time, they didn't want to admit that it was their mistakes that were causing these collapses and deaths. So they just pinned it all on one nurse, and that's how it literally happened the entire time. They were pinning it on her, but literally everybody else in the ward was trying to say, no, there's nothing wrong with her practice. She's clearly not doing anything. You're just pinning it on her because she's there a lot of the time.
The jury wasn't appraised of the fact that this was a counselling process. That wasn't an admission of guilt. Lots of neonatal nurses you speak to say we look up patients on the internet, including relatives of people patients who've died, their families. We go to their funerals, we go to their christenings, we do this and that. Although a lot of them have said to me, we've now backed off from doing that to avoid raising suspicion. So her actions could have been seen in an innocent light. She kept lots of handover notes, which are not clinical records. They're bits you scrawl on a piece of paper when you're handing over on a shift. And again, that's not uncommon.
But they were supposedly, because when she got home from a shift, tired as hell, what she'd do is she'd take the handover notes out of her scrubs and she'd just shove them in a pile. And because she was pretty disorganized, she'd just shove them under her bed and she'd never get rid of them. But when the police searched her house and found them, they were like, oh, well, clearly these are trophies. These are trophies of your actions, so you can look back through them and see all of these babies deteriorating because of your actions, when literally 95% of the handover notes that were under her bed were nothing to do with the babies that ended up being in the trial. They were just all of the handover notes that she'd ever had.
Now, she might have collected more,
which I'm not saying that's normal. You shouldn't do that as a nurse. You shouldn't have medical notes from patients in your home as a nurse. That is confidential information. You shouldn't do that. I'm not saying that's a normal thing, but she lived alone. Well, she lived with 2 cats. And unless the cats are going to start going through them and doing a little bit of, data farming on them, I don't think she really saw it as a priority to shred them when she didn't actually live with anybody.
Put them under a bed than other nurses did. But you'd think if she really is a murderer, she's a genius. So she's come up with methods that have evaded all the pathologists, all the internal and external reviews the hospital did, and now they've evaded 16 clinical experts, 14 international ones and 2 from the UK. Is she that clever to have been able to have done that? There are loads of nurses who wrote to the Thirlwell Inquiry saying, we think she's innocent. We worked alongside her all this time. We never saw her do anything wrong. Do you think someone that brilliant and devious would be careless enough to leave notes for the people to find, even though that she knew she was under suspicion? I mean, I don't know what her motive was. There's lots of stuff that doesn't make sense, but the bottom line is I don't think the science and statistics were fairly presented at her trial. And for that reason alone, I think she deserves an appeal.
And from what you're saying about this team of 14 international...
When they were searching her house as well, they were wild. They went through her gutters. They dug up her entire garden because they thought... I don't know what they were thinking she'd buried in her garden, but they dug up her entire garden, and there's pictures of the fucking police like like sticking their hands down the gutters in her house. Like, they went through everything, and what they found was laughably small. It was basically nothing at all.
Neonatologists. They have found that there were enough incidents that this might have been described as a...
Yeah, they fucking time-teamed her garden. Like, how dare they? She'd literally just bought that house as well. She'd just bought it, and she'd worked so hard to afford that house as well. She had help from her parents, but she worked so many extra shifts to be able to afford the deposit on that house. And basically, right after she bought it, she got arrested for the first time. So she barely even spent any time with it, because after she got arrested, she started living with her mum and dad. And right after she bought it, like the police just started like ransacking it, and they ransacked it twice. They fully ransacked it twice, and all they found was the therapy notes that they'd written, and all of the stuff, the handover sheets under her bed. That's all they found. And when you think about it in context, that's basically nothing. They didn't find anything. But you've got to consider, like, police, they like when a case is that vast and it involves that much research, you've got to think, like, the police were probably victim to some sort of like sunk cost fallacy at some point, where they were like, we've spent so much fucking time investigating this woman. We have to find something, guys. We have to find something now. We can't just be like, oh, that was all for nothing.
Failing unit.
Yes.
Even outside the deaths of which Letby was convicted.
Yes, and that's always the most common thing. If you look at the history of the NHS, we've had quite a few maternity scandals and neonatal scandals, and they nearly always come down to the same thing. A unit doesn't have the staffing or expertise or equipment to cope with the volume and complexity of patients that it has. And so this was a fluctuation. There was a sudden rise in the more complex cases. And the unit themselves, the consultants themselves, have said, we're woefully understaffed. We're only doing 2 ward rounds a week on average. We don't have enough specialist junior doctors or nurses to cope with this. And they raised those concerns. I think what's interesting is that the consultants themselves didn't seem to spot that the babies could have been dying due to substandard care. And that to me is interesting, because
why's that?
That's the whole flaw in this thing. Is it basically the police are not trained to find systemic flaws. The police are trained to find a perpetrator under any circumstances. The police are trained to find evidence that points to a perpetrator. What the police are not trained to do is look for evidence that would suggest systemic issues, such as an underfunded NHS, which is why all of these deaths and all of these collapses happened. It's very clear that that's why they all happened. But yeah, that's that. The police do not think in those terms.
Well, it shows that you shouldn't really be investigating your own mistakes. It's the reason we need a crash investigation team. So when you investigate your own mistakes, you'll probably have a certain amount of bias towards not exposing yourself. So what happened is that they were convinced that she was a murderer, and they sort of led the police in the direction that they had already concluded, whereas actually what you wanted was somebody independent. Now, the independent experts have spent hundreds of hours looking at all the evidence, according to Dr. Shu Lee, whereas the prosecution lead expert, Dowie Evans, said he realised it was murder within 10 minutes of looking at one set of notes. And that really worries me.
That's literally like, if any of you people, like, if you have done anything scientific or academic in your lives, like, you would know how fucking awful that sounds. For Dr. Dowie Evans, he was the prosecution's expert witness. He said he looked at the medical notes of one of these babies who'd collapsed and died. And within 10 minutes, apparently, he knew that baby had been murdered. Like, anyone with a scientific brain would be able to tell immediately that Dowie Evans does not think with a scientific brain. the complete opposite of that. He was looking for someone. He was looking for a perpetrator, and he wasn't thinking in terms of statistics like this is quite likely, but maybe this isn't so likely. That's not how he thinks. He was thinking there is a perpetrator here, and my job is to find evidence that somebody murdered this baby.
In that he seemed to have reached a conclusion fairly quickly, whereas others have taken a far longer and more detailed and measured approach and reached a different conclusion. So I think there are lots of lessons there. The first is let's staff our units safely, and this may never have happened. B, let's have an independent investigation team that acts quickly. And if we...
Yeah, like this entire trial is basically a lesson in confirmation bias. The entire thing is like, it's astounding to me how much people still don't realize how susceptible we all are to confirmation bias. We're all susceptible to it. And so what we have is we put systems in place that try and mitigate the flaws of our own minds. But there's like, so people just don't realize how afflicted we all are by it.
We'd had those two things, this had never gone to court. I hate to even estimate how much money we've spent on this, never mind the emotional harm that we've caused. But in terms of all the investigations, all the litigation, the court cases, the public inquiries, there's tens of millions, possibly.
Yeah, the fact that he's 100% certain speaks to how unscientific he is. True. Also, I've listened to interviews with him, and he has literally said, quote, I have never not been able to tell how a baby died. I have never not been able to tell how a baby died. When you look at statistics, when you look at actual studies that have been done in neonatal deaths, about half of them are unascertained. We don't know because they're neonatal babies. There's a reason that they stay in the womb for a certain amount of time, normally. There's a reason that we have a gestation period of 9 months. And that's because if they come out before that, then they're extremely vulnerable to anything that happens around them. Anything. So that's why if like with premature babies, a lot of the time if they pass away, they will have a lot of like comorbidities. It won't be because of one reason. It will be because a lot of different reasons, like maybe they had an infection, and maybe it was like something else at the same time, like maybe they weren't given enough fluids at the hospital, or sometimes they make mistakes when they like intubate babies, and it's very, very difficult to like intubate neonatal babies because you have to thread a tube into them, and it's so easy for that tube to end up in the wrong place. So whenever they put a tube into these tiny, like some of them are like 700 grams, they're fucking tiny. And whenever they put a tube into these neonatal babies, what they have to do is take an x-ray every time just to make sure that the tube has gone into the right place. So they have to have very, very experienced consultants and medical professionals to put these tubes in to make sure that they go to the right place, because it's so fucking difficult to make it, to like ensure that it goes to the right place. Sometimes it goes like up the nose and down. Sometimes it goes through the mouth. Sometimes it actually goes through the belly button. But to make sure that it gets to the right place is extremely difficult, and you need doctors with a lot of experience. And if you have a neonatal ward which doesn't have a lot of doctors with a lot of experience who are trying to do that, a lot of the time the tubes will go into the wrong place. And that was happening a lot at this hospital. And if the tube goes into the wrong place in the baby, it'll start like injecting nutrients and fluids just into the tissue, like where the fluid does not need to be. So then the tissue will just start like expanding like a growth on the baby. And then it's only after that they only realize this when they see the fucking growth. They're like, oh, that tube is like not where it's meant to be. Oh shit, this very vulnerable baby has not had the nutrients intubated for like 4 hours, and we didn't even fucking realize. That's what happens when you have an underfunded NHS unit, and that's exactly what was happening on this unit.
Hundreds of millions of pounds we could have spent on employing neonatal nurses for these units and to make them safer. So it could be such a colossal disaster in so many ways. And I think the other thing that saddens me is that I've spent a lot of time trying to grow up about patient safety. And one of the things is that, in a mature patient safety culture, you own up to your mistakes, you explain them to patients, etc. And there's much less litigation if you have an open, transparent culture where people own up to stuff. And this the whole letby case could set back this patient safety culture decades, because people are now just all, we're back in a blame litigation.
That's a really heartbreaking thing about all of this, is that nurses who are working on wards now, since the news came out about her conviction, nurses who are working on neonatal wards now, it's like the entire culture has changed, and they are scared of the parents thinking that they're harming their babies on purpose. And like they used to be able to sort of like make friends with the parents, and they, a lot of the time the parents would sleep in a special sort of dorm room on the ward so the parents could be as close to their baby as possible. But now it's like, so obviously like there would be like a relationship building up between the neonatal nurses and the parents, and there'd be a trusting relationship built up, and you'd expect to be able to tell the parents as much information as possible about how their baby is doing and stuff. Whereas now, apparently, a lot of these nurses are feeling really nervous about sort of like appearing too eager to want to help babies, or like they feel nervous about appearing like they're around too much, or like appearing like they're too like emotionally invested in their jobs, which is wild.
A counter-blame culture that I just think will be, deeply counterproductive to having a safer NHS. So I think the ramifications will be huge, whatever the Criminal Cases Review Commission decides. So that alone has made it probably the most depressing case that I've had to write about. But of course, the advantage of private eye is it allows you to go back to the same story. The reason I've written 15 consecutive columns is that the editor allows me to do so, and that makes private eye quite unusual. But it has allowed me to immerse myself in the case fairly deeply. And I keep waiting for the moment to hit me in the face saying, oh no, she obviously did it. And it hasn't after 18 months. I've got all the court transcripts. I've spoken to experts on both sides. I've spoken to Dowie Evans. I've corresponded with Ravi Jayaram, who's one of the consultants who thinks she's guilty. And it just more and more to me looks as if there were more plausible causes for the deaths. But clearly the courts must decide that.
Phil Hammond there. Thanks to him and to Helen, Ian and Adam for their insights earlier. That's it for this episode of Page 94. We'll be back again in a fortnight with another one. Until then...
That guy there, the guy that's hosting this podcast, he's on that he's on that other podcast. There's no such thing as a fish, right? Andrew Hunter Murray. Yeah, he's on No Such Thing as a Fish. That's a good podcast. It's made by the producers of QI. Good podcast. But also, Phil Hammond. You remember Dr. Ravi doing interviews on the Panorama doc? Yeah. So Dr. Ravi Jayaram. No. Stop playing. Okay. So this is one of the guys who basically originally, this is one of the consultants I was talking about who originally flagged up concerns about her.
Notes.
He's like a TV doctor. This guy's like a TV doctor, and he's gone on this like press tour talking about how he caught her.
A doctor who helped catch Lucy Letby and bring her to justice has told ITV News that hospital bosses took 2 years to alert the police, despite consultants repeatedly raising concerns. Speaking exclusively to our UK editor, Paul Brand, Dr Ravi Jayaram said managers forced him to apologise to the nurse after he told them he suspected she was killing babies.
When babies started dying on Lucy Letby's ward, her colleagues never expected to catch a killer. But having saved countless lives in his career, Dr Ravi Jayaram potentially...
Why are they sucking his cock so hard? But after saving countless lives in his career...
spared many more by stopping her.
What was it like when babies started dying and you couldn't understand why?
I've been a paediatrician since 1992. And I had never in my career seen anything like this. And actually initially there was a feeling of thank goodness Lucy was on, because she's really good in a crisis, she's really good at managing these.
This is what I'm saying. Lucy Letby was one of the highest qualified nurses on the unit. She also worked a hell of a lot because she was saving up to afford a house. Houses are fucking expensive in the UK. You need to work a lot to afford a deposit on one. So she worked as many extra shifts as she possibly could. You know what she did to ensure that she could do that? Is she actually literally lived on site until she afforded her own house. She lived on site and she took as many extra shifts as she possibly could. And she got this extra qualification that made her a bit more qualified than other nurses as well. So she was like literally around all the time.
Things. But as time progressed, the thoughts started springing into our heads. Could she be doing something deliberately?
So the thought starts sinking in that there could be a killer on the unit. I mean, that's a big moment.
It's a big moment, and it's a chilling moment. I don't think anybody has a rule book for how you deal with a situation where you're suspecting that somebody's causing deliberate harm to babies on your neonatal unit.
In June 2015, after 3 babies died and another collapsed, doctors met with their managers and noted Lucy Letby's presence. 2 more babies would die later that year, another 4 collapsed, and by early 2016...
No one wants to work anymore. And the ones that do are serial killers.
There had been 3 internal reviews, but none of them came up with an answer. Until something happened which made Dr. Jayaram even more certain of his own theory.
Tell me about the night when you walked in on Lucy Letby standing over the cot of baby K.
The thing is, though, I think, like, Dr. Ravi Jayaram, he's a very camera-facing person. He's a charismatic person. I feel like he's a very convincing person. I'll just say that.
That is a night that is etched on my memory and will be in my nightmares forever, to be honest. I was sitting at the desk just outside the room writing notes, and the nurse looking after the baby said she was popping to the delivery suite to go and talk to the parents, and she said, I've left Lucy in there babysitting. Part of me was saying, you go in and just check everything's okay, because you know what's happened before when Lucy's been...
So this is like... This is one of the babies. Baby K is the one that he's talking about in this interview. And basically the case of baby K, essentially it entirely relies on his testimony. It entirely relies on it. Even though like the timings of when nurses were on the ward and when they left the ward don't really match up with his testimony. The jury believed him anyway, for various reasons, which I won't get into right now. But basically the entire case relating to the reasons that she got convicted for one attempted murder was because of his testimony. And his testimony is, I was sat I was sat in another room in the hospital. And I just had this overwhelming feeling that Lucy Letby might be doing something right now. I just have this overwhelming feeling that she might be doing something. And I'm just so overwhelmed by this feeling that I just have to go and check on whatever Lucy Letby is doing right now. So that's what he did. He went into a room where she was with a baby, and he testifies that she was stood next to a cot where a baby was desaturating. Desaturating means the baby is losing oxygen. And that means that a monitor will go off, a monitor will beep, and the monitor beeps so it alerts surrounding nurses and doctors to come and attend to the baby. So he says that he caught Lucy Letby standing next to a cot while a baby was desaturating, losing oxygen by the minute, and doing absolutely nothing. And he testifies that Lucy Letby had pressed mute, essentially, on the alarm so that nobody else could hear the alarm going off. But this completely goes against what another nurse said, which is another nurse was on that ward, and she says that she heard the alarm going off, and that's why she went into the room. So his testimony completely contradicts another nurse who was there at exactly the same time. She says the alarm was going off. He says that she muted the alarm. That's funny, isn't it? That he was suspicious of her the entire time, and he happens to remember that she'd muted an alarm on a baby monitor.
On duty. As I walked towards the incubator, I could see on the monitors that the oxygen saturations, which is basically the baby's oxygen levels, were dropping. And they dropped to a level that ordinarily, number one, the alarms would have been going off. But number two, the nurse would have called for help. And Lucy Letby...
Also, there's another level to this as well, because sometimes, apparently, when neonatal babies desaturate, sometimes they do, but what you tend to do is wait to see if they correct themselves, because sometimes they can correct themselves. So they'll if they're sleeping, for some reason, they'll stop breathing for a second and the alarm will start going off. But then the baby might just jolt themselves and they'll stop breathing again. So apparently it's also kind of normal just to kind of see if they jolt themselves back to life, which is what she could have been doing.
Letby was standing by the top of the incubator. She didn't have her hands in the incubator.
What was she doing then?
Well, she was just standing there. Now, tubes become dislodged, but this was a 25-week gestation baby.
Another contested part of his testimonies. This is what he said in front of the jury. It's very unusual for babies to dislodge their own tubes. Now, very experienced neonatologists have come out and said, that's a fucking lie. That is such a fucking lie. It's very normal for babies to dislodge their own tube, because all they have to do, because we're talking about a tube that goes into a mouth right now. So, sometimes these babies will just all it takes is for a centimeter of movement of a tube for it to become dislodged. So all it takes is for a baby's head to move a centimeter left or right, left or right. He is saying that it's extremely unusual for a baby to just move their head like that. Other neonatologists have come out and be like, that's fucking bullshit. That's so normal for them to just move their head around and for a tube to come out.
Who wasn't kicking around, who wasn't vigorous. The only possibility was that tube had to have been dislodged deliberately.
The jury didn't reach a verdict in relation to that baby, but 2 more almost died shortly afterwards. Yet the next month, managers told doctors there was no evidence Lucy Letby was causing any harm. She was moved from night to day shifts, but when 2 more babies died and another 2 collapsed in June, this time consultants demanded a meeting with the hospital board, including the then medical director Ian Harvey and then chief executive Tony Chambers, to raise their concerns.
The very first thing that Tony Chambers, the chief executive, said to us He cogitated for a few seconds and he said,
They've got that like moving pan camera, like Diary of a CEO. Like, why do we have to have this movement all the time?
well, I can see how that might be a very convenient explanation for things. And what that says to me is that he'd already decided that wasn't going on and this was us just trying to cover up.
He was trying to blame you, in other words.
I think so. He didn't say it explicitly then. We discussed having CCTV put onto the unit. We discussed her being super...
Was it true they didn't even have someone medical on her team for her defence? Yeah. Yeah, there was no medical expert at the trial who came to her defence. There was one that wrote a report and was ready to be called at the trial, and he attended every day of the trial. He's called Dr. Michael Hall, and he's come out since essentially saying that he is very troubled about how the trial played out. He thinks there were other far more plausible explanations for how the baby passed away and collapsed. But the reasons as to why Letby and or her barrister, her lawyer, didn't call him to the stand, to the witness box, remain a mystery. Because essentially, I'm not sure how this happens in other countries, but in the UK, you're granted by law complete... what's the word I'm thinking of? Like, you're granted privilege if you don't want any like details of your trial to come out in the press or whatever. And Lucy Letby essentially has not wanted any details of the trial to come out into the public. I don't think she herself is very aware of any. Well, most of the conversation happening around it. She's imprisoned at a pretty high security prison. I think she's attempting to not be for her own mental health. I think she's trying to not be aware of much that's going on around her. Fair enough. So she's not sort of granted the press to have access to reasons as to how or why her trial played out the way it is. So yeah, we don't know why they didn't call the defense expert witness. We can only assume certain things. I have my own theories, which is essentially comes down to the adversarial justice system. In the adversarial justice system, you have like one lawyer who's telling you one narrative, and you have another lawyer who's telling you another narrative as a juror, and you have to make a decision between two narratives, which is not a good way of actually getting to the truth. Believe it or not, that's not a good way of getting to the truth of any situation, is to have two fucking competing narratives and to be like, oh, well, it must be entirely this one then and not that one. That's not a very good way of getting to the truth in any situation. Most of the time, it's probably a little mix of both. That applies more than ever when you're talking about scientific evidence. Scientific evidence is pretty much always a little bit of a mix between two very competing sides, and I think Lucy Letby's lawyers was basically like, if we call up our defense expert witness to the stand, he's going to get cross-examined by this dude who's very good at making Lucy Letby look guilty. And what he's going to do is pick out the little bits in his testimony that make her look really guilty. And what's going to come out at the end of it is the jury are going to think that she's guilty because he's cherry-picked bits of his testimony that make her look very guilty. I think that's why they didn't call him. And that is a flaw in the adversarial justice system in the way that it doesn't work scientifically. It does not work with science in the way that science works generally.
Supervised one-to-one with somebody watching her all the time. And then we heard that Lucy Letby had been moved to the risk and governance department, so she'd been taken off the unit.
Suddenly, babies stopped collapsing, and the hospital asked the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health to conduct a review of the deaths. In redacted paragraphs we've seen, its report concluded that Lucy Letby was an enthusiastic, capable and committed nurse, that there was nothing about her background that was suspicious, and that concerned doctors had been going with gut feeling. Those doctors were summoned to another meeting with executives who now accused them.
We bullied her, we'd behaved unprofessionally, we'd behaved in ways that were unbecoming to the profession, and then read out a letter from her, which was a very aggressive letter from her, basically saying,
aggressive.
I'm coming back to work and you have to work with me, and I'm going to prove to you that I'm a great nurse and I'm not a killer like you say. And then Tony Chambers finished off by saying, so she's coming back to work, and this is the most chilling thing. I'm drawing a line under this, you will draw a line under this, and if you cross that line, there will be consequences for you.
See, this is another thing that makes me think that she's probably innocent, because it's wild that they view her actions in this way. Like, she had 4 senior doctors accusing her of being a murderer, and what she actually did, when you read through what actually happened, is she sort of saw all of this happening. Everybody else was backing her, by the way, who were like, you're not guilty, what the hell are they talking about? And she actually sort of, the stance that she took was essentially, you're not going to bully me out of this job that I love. You're not going to do that. Someone who was of a weaker mindset than her would have just left the job. Or somebody who was perhaps actually guilty and who had actually been murdering babies. I feel like if I was actually murdering babies and somebody fucking sniffed even a slight sense of what I was doing, I would be out of there. I would be out of there immediately. You would never see me again. I'd be fucking gone. But what she did was she fought her way. She fought her way back into that job, because she was like, you know what? I'm not going to allow you to bully me out of this job that I fucking love. I'm not going to let you bully me out of this. And that's what she did. She filed a grievance against the hospital. They did all of this. That is not the actions of someone who is guilty.
You were asked in court, why didn't you just phone the police if you had concerns? But here is the chief executive of the hospital, your boss, saying if you take any further action, there will be consequences for you. You have to draw a line under it. I mean, that must be an impossible position for you to be in.
It's an utterly impossible and a Kafkaesque situation to be in. As well, we were told when we initially raised concerns that if we call the police, there'll be blue and white tape everywhere. That's the end of the unit. It would be really bad for the reputation of the trust.
In fact, it was the killer who was about to turn complainant. Lucy Letby took out a grievance, with doctors forced to write this apology to her.
Dear Lucy, we would like to apologise for any inappropriate comments that may have been made during this difficult period. We are very sorry for the stress and upset that you have experienced in the last year. Please be reassured that patient safety has been our absolute priority during this difficult time.
Meanwhile, doctors continued to raise concerns, but Ian Harvey replied that there was no smoking gun and Lucy Letby would be returning to the ward, just as soon as Dr. Jayaram had said sorry to her face.
It must have been an absolutely surreal experience to be sat across the table in that mediation session from somebody who at this point you're quite sure could well be a killer.
Yes, it was bizarre. And of course, to listen to her saying, I'm coming back next week, will you work with me? And of course, I was having to say, well, if the trust have deemed that you're coming back to work, I will work with you. Yes, but will you be happy to work with me? I will work with you if you're on shift. Because no, I wasn't happy.
She was just 6 days away from returning to the ward before management finally allowed doctors to meet with the police after yet another review failed to explain all of the deaths.
The very fact that the police, after listening to us for less than 10 minutes, realised that this is something that they had to be involved with, to me speaks volumes. And I could have punched the air.
Do you think the lives of some of those babies could have been saved if management had taken action sooner?
It's a horrible thing to say, but I do genuinely believe that there are 4 or 5 babies who could be going to school now who aren't.
This is where the waterworks start.
Paul,
this is where he starts to cry.
These are extraordinary accusations. What's been the response from the managers at the time?
Yeah, it's horrifying enough, Lucrezia, that Lucy Letby has become Britain's worst ever serial child killer tonight. But what's even more chilling for the parents of the babies that she killed, those that she tried to kill, and many more potentially that she may yet be found to have harmed, is that she could have been stopped sooner. Dr. Jayaram was...
Yay! Hello, Raiders. We're talking about dead babies.
just one of 7.
It's very fun here.
7 consultants who were raising these concerns. We've had a response from 2 of the executives I named in my report tonight. They deny the accusations. Ian Harvey, for example, who was the medical director at the time, says, "I was determined to keep the baby unit safe and support our staff. I wanted the reviews."
Oh, I'm sorry. Auto-tune. We're talking about dead babies.
Investigations carried out. Tony Chambers, who was the chief executive, says the trial and the lengthy police investigation have shown the complex nature of the issues raised. I'll cooperate fully and openly with any post-trial inquiry. An inquiry is what everybody wants, the doctors, the former executives and the government, so we're going to get it. And I suspect one of the key questions in that inquiry will be, why were doctors, experts in child health, not listened to when their expertise pointed towards the actions of a mass murderer on their very own ward?
All right, Paul, all those questions will need answering. Thank you.
So, yeah, Dr. Ravi Jayaram, he is like a TV doctor. And, okay, there's even more law here to talk about with regards to him. So, during the time, so these babies collapsed and or died during the years of 2015/2016. And that just happens to be when Dr. Ravi Jayaram, who was in that interview, they just happened to happen when he was being the most ravenous about pursuing his TV doctor career. I mean, I don't know. I'm not alleging anything, but so this is one of the shows that he was in.
She's known for a long time that there's been something underlying.
They're probably gonna freaking block my stream if I play too much of this. But essentially, Born Naughty is a show that was on Channel 4 a while ago. And basically it's like they film children going around and do... Oh, look at that hairstyle. I've missed it now. They basically film children going around doing naughty child things. And then Dr. Ravi Jayaram comes around at the end and he's basically like, he basically pathologizes everything that these children do. Like, everything I know about psychology basically tells me that it's very unethical to look at video footage of anyone and then be like, oh, I think they probably have this condition, which is basically what this entire program is. I don't know, it just comes across to me as very unethical programming to essentially film children without, they're too young to consent to this. And then for a doctor to come along from a place of authority and be like, oh yeah, your kid's probably got ADHD. You don't fucking know that from looking at a video of them. like, oh, this in itself triggers the fuck out of me. Like, this kind of programming, I can't stand it. Like, yeah, he's not even a psychiatrist. Exactly. He isn't. So yeah, this pisses me off. But I think this is what he was doing, essentially at the same time as all of these extra babies were dying on his neonatal ward. And he wasn't sort of looking introspectively and being like, well, maybe my actions might have caused some of this, or maybe some of the consultants' actions might have been causing this. What he did instead was he looked towards a nurse. And it's what a lot of other consultants did as well. And it's not the first time that this kind of like culture has happened within the NHS. Like, if you look historically at issues like this that have happened within the NHS, where they've found that there's been like a sort of increase in certain incidents happening, generally they've found that it's a bit of that it's like a cultural thing. And a lot of the time the culture involves doctors seeing themselves as like above nurses, and this whole sort of like hierarchical situation it's never good for the patients involved, basically. So yeah. Are you right, Brooklyn? Brooklyn keeps on. You right? You okay? Oh, hang on a second. You okay? You right? I think Brooklyn's got something stuck in his throat. You right? You okay? He just jumped off my lap and then he was like stood there going, you're right. I feel like he's trying to dislodge something in his throat. You're right. Okay. I think he's all right. He has done this before. I'm just going to keep an eye on him for a sec. You're right. Brooklyn had a sneezing fit before, like a couple of weeks ago. And I was like, why are you sneezing so much? He kept on sneezing till it got to the point where like something like started emanating from his nose. I was like, what's that coming out of your nose? And I started pulling at it. like this blade of grass just like came out. I was like, how did you end up with an entire blade of grass up your nostril? You're right. Yeah, keep an eye on him. All right, I'm gonna go for a wee, and then I'm gonna have a little check on him. Piss. Brooklyn doesn't normally sneeze that often. He does sometimes, but he doesn't like have sneezing fits. So I was like, a sneezing fit is unusual. And it turned out he had like he'd somehow got an entire blade of grass. I think he's all right. All right, I'm gonna go for a piss.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss.
Oh. All right. Yeah, so what I was going to show you, I wanted to show you why. Love your streams, keep up the good work. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. We'll do a bit of a self-help 5-minute self-help section. I wanted to show you why Phil Hammond is the good. He's the angel Dr. Phil, whereas the American Dr. Phil is the devil Dr. Phil. He has good self-help advice, and he calls it clangers, and it's so cute.
Extraordinary times, where the reason we have all these board games out is in honour of Dr. Phil Hammond. Now, he's a comedian and an NHS doctor, and he wants to prescribe us 5 portions of fun a day. He joined us now from Somerset. Thanks for coming on. How important is it that we guard against depression and anxiety these days?
Well, I think it's really important. Generally, we know our...
So, it's clangers like the TV show, but clangers is an acronym for things that he says that you should remember to do every day.
Our mind and our body are inextricably linked, and so if you're very stressed and anxious, it can actually increase your risk of getting post-viral fatigue and getting a worse viral infection. It's very hard not having any fear at all because it's scary times, but I work in the world of post-viral fatigue, so I treat young people
They got the sound effects of the clangers. Oh my God.
with severe fatigue who often have to self-isolate because they're so tired. And I talk to them about their daily clangers. Now, your clangers stand for connect, learn, be active, notice, give back, eat well, relax, sleep. They're like the daily pillars of health or the daily joys of health. And they're really important, particularly connection. We're social animals, so we like to feel that we're part of we belong to something. We're like leaves on a tree, and it's really important that we connect, even though that we're isolated. So, although we talk about social distancing, what we should be talking about is personal distancing. We can't get close together, but we can still connect with each other. We know that learning's really important for your health.
Yeah, so clearly this was during the pandemic, but he spent a lot of that time talking about like mental health and stuff.
We know
it's still relevant, a lot of it.
Not just learning about the virus, but you might learn a new skill while you're self-isolating. You might learn how to strum a guitar or how to prune a...
It's all still relevant because we have the freaking loneliness epidemic. Like it's like we're still, isolated. But it's the loneliness epidemic, and still, because we're still, we work from home a lot more than we used to, when we sort of isolate from other people a lot more than we used to.
Isolating. You might learn how to strum a guitar or how to prune a hibiscus or any sorts of things. You might learn how to cook. We know you need to do some activity. You have to keep your distance. I have 2 dogs. You can hear them barking in the background. I'm still able to take them over the Mendips. And I notice the world as I go by. So people who are surrounded by green space, they take time to notice the spring flowers. They fill their minds up with the beauty of the world around them. It pushes anxiety and fear out of the way.
Do gardening.
Giving back to others.
Gardening is good for your mental health.
Is vital. We know the
if you can, even if you just have like a little balcony or something, put a little pot of plants out there and plant them and watch them grow and take care of them.
Elderly are socially isolated, and when you give back to others,
or grow some weed and then smoke it. All right.
It actually makes you less anxious because it gives you purpose in your life. Eating well, you've got to get what you can get from the shelves, but eating a variety of different foods, a bit of fruit and veg, really important. Then relaxing, come off the media, come off the screens. You don't have to watch too much news. Get in a hot bath or have a hot shower and relax. Listen to some relaxing music or to an audio story you like. And try to prioritise 8 hours sleep a night. Your body clock likes you to go to bed at the same time and get up at the same time every day if you can. And if you do your clangers and have 5 portions of fun on top of that, that's a good way of structuring your...
Yeah, fuck the veg. 5 portions of fun per day. That's what you need, doctor's orders.
...your day. And the portions of fun just need to be little things. You can't go on your big holiday. You can't go on your sports holiday. You can't go to the pub. You can't do the things you used to do. But what are the little things you do in your life? It may just be looking at your cat's whiskers. The wonderful thing is that pets don't pass on coronavirus, so you can hug your dog. The damp snout of a Labrador against your thigh is really good for your health.
You can't.
And above all, we need to live in a culture of intelligent kindness where we look out for each other. So those are my top tips. I use them anyway for patients, but I think they're more important now.
I had one a day off this week, actually, because we're trying to work less hours in the office, and I did watch television from 7 in the morning till midnight, and it is very depressing when things are coming at you. So I agree, take it in small doses. But do you think the elderly will want to self-isolate? Very often they're through a generation who've been through a lot of crises and will say, look, you know, I know the score, but I want to live normally.
Well, they may or may not. It's interesting, isn't it, is that we're making this sacrifice to help the elderly and those with existing health conditions. Some of them may not. I mean, I say to the elderly, it's really important that you make a will. It sounds a bit grim, but make a will. Do your lasting power of attorney, not eternity, Freudian slip, and talk about your advanced care plan. So under what circumstances would you want to be resuscitated? Under what circumstances would you like palliative care? And once you've done those 3 things, it actually makes death much less frightening. My Auntie Queenie used to say, she was Australian, she used to go, Philip, the moment your sperm meets your egg, you join the queue for death. That's not being grim, it's saying that death is nature's way of recycling, so it's going to happen to us at some stage, and it may be that the elderly are the most relaxed about it all. But the same rules apply. You don't want to be passing it through the care home or passing it through your friends and family, so they should adopt the same social distancing. But I think you're right, it's unlikely they'll want to be locked up for 14 weeks, so we may need to find clever ways of connecting with them that don't spread the virus.
OK, Dr. Phil, thank you so much. Stay well, won't you? And thank you for talking to us from your lovely home in Somerset.
Can I just quickly say, David, well done for social distancing from Alex. I was watching the Prime Minister at his press conferences, and they're all scrumped together, all close up together, and you and Alex are socially distancing, so you're setting the right example. So well done to you. You get a big plus from Dr. Phil.
Thank you. And I'm a coward. That's why. That's the biggest reason. Thank you.
We love the British Dr. Phil. He's great. He's all about self-care, and he talks about actual, like, evidence-based ways to keep yourself happy. We love that. We love that. Our Dr. Phil isn't even an MD. Yeah. Yeah, what does he even have? Didn't his PhD, like, expire, or his license expired, right? The evil Dr. Phil. A few more British things before we move on to the hellscape that's America. I might not spend too much time on it, but yeah. Someone put this on the Discord.
Definition, right? I would say that Rishi Sunak is as English as Tizer and Wyferns, right? He is absolutely English. He was born in...
Is English as what?
Definition, right? I would say that Rishi Sunak is as English as Tizer and Wyferns.
Tizer and Wyferns. Is that British? I'm sorry, I'm distracted by that.
Right, he is absolutely English. He was born and bred here, and I wouldn't say that the colour of his skin makes him any.
He's
less.
a brown Hindu. How is he English?
Because he's born and bred here.
So by being born here, you become English. In your
Oh.
Definition, right? I would say that Rishi Sunak is as English as Tizer and Wyferns.
Why is he so like? I have no idea. I have no idea how Konstantin Kisin has got to where he is. He is so fucking dumb.
That's right. He is absolutely English. He was born and bred here. And I wouldn't say that the colour of his skin makes him any.
He's
less.
a brown Hindu. How is he English?
Because he's born and bred here.
So by being born here, you become English.
The way that he says that, like it's a stupid thing. So, by being born here, that makes you British. Why? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. What a fucking idiot. His stand-up's awful. His podcast is awful.
It starts as a handshake, but then it almost becomes an arm wrestle.
Why did LBC have a fucking body language expert on? Why can't you see the title of this video? What's happened to... What happened here? Why can't you see the...
It starts as a handshake, but then it almost becomes an arm wrestle. What's going on?
Wait, shall we take off all of the extra stuff here? Was that...
It starts as a handshake, but then it almost
I am coder extraordinaire.
becomes an arm wrestle. What's going on? Darren, good morning.
Why have they got a body language expert? Why does LBC have a body language expert on? That's what I want to know.
Handshake, but then it almost becomes an arm wrestle. What's going on? Darren, good morning.
Good morning, Nick. Hope you're well.
Yeah, not bad.
It's all about power and the perception of power. I mean, if we go back to when Trump was first inaugurated the first time around, the first thing he did was effectively summon all the world leaders.
I remember this guy as well from my body language video. Oh, we've got Raiders. Hello, we're talking about body language experts and how shit they are. We're talking about body language pseudoscience. I remember this guy from my video. I remember this guy, Darren Stanton. He's like your go-to guy if you want to have someone just talk shit to use up airtime on your program.
Time around, the first thing he did was effectively summon all the world leaders. And
this is what I could do. Why am I not doing this grift? I know enough about bullshit psychology at this point.
then we had a series of the different, what we call bone crusher handshakes. So this is a tactic that Trump uses to determine how pliable people are going to be. One of the few politicians that was indeed briefed on this the first time around was Macron. So we ended up seeing the two men, as I said, having this effective tug of war on the White House steps. So it's all to do with power. So in one of the clips, both men end up putting a hand on each other's shoulder.
Yes.
And this is, again, all about power and the assertion of power and also the perception, the optics of it.
What about...
Do we have original video of this? Let's find it. Let's find it. No, stop playing. Oh, I don't know why I don't just use the bookmark, but I saved. Trump, Macron.
It is a stunning turn of events.
It is a stunning turn of events. Wait, where's the actual, like, meeting? Ugh, oh god, I'm gonna cringe so hard, aren't I?
Ukraine and to stabilise the transatlantic relationship, which has been severely tested.
Again, the relationship's been very special with France and very special with this gentleman on my right.
It looked like the old le bromance between these two was back.
Oh, what?
But the differences weren't far from the surface, notably on the relative contributions to Ukraine from the US and Europe.
Europe is loaning the money to Ukraine. They get their money back.
No, in fact, to be frank, we paid. We paid 60% of the total effort, and it was through, like the US, loans, guarantee, grants, and we provided real money, to be clear.
But Donald Trump continues to insist Ukraine hands over half its key natural resources as compensation for America's contribution. And he says such a deal with Ukraine's President Zelensky is close.
I will be meeting with President Zelensky. In fact, he may come in this week or next week to sign the agreement, and which would be nice. I'd love to meet him. Would meet at the Oval Office.
That issue of compensation is another bone of contention between the US and Europe. It was up to Russia, said the French president, to pay.
This war costed all of us a lot of money. And this is the responsibility of Russia, because the aggressor is Russia.
Where some agreement appears to be emerging is on the question of possible European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine after a truce, something both France and the UK are open to.
We also spoke about these issues.
I just want to see the body language. I just want to see the body language.
Provide that solidarity for that approach. That's a turning point, in my view.
There is still no concrete proposal for ending the war in Ukraine, but Europe's...
All right, let's carry on.
Perception, the optics of it.
What about, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Darren, it starts with Trump. They're both facing the cameras. Trump moves his right hand over and sort of grabs Macron's left knee and gives a sort of playful squeeze, where Macron then responds by putting his hand over there. What's going on there?
Trump was the sub, and Macron was the dom. And that's it. Like, Macron's, like, line was straight up, and Trump's line was leaning towards Macron. We all know what that means. Did somebody have cock shame?
Yeah. There's a little bit more going on there than meets the eye, because, I mean, Trump is a very tactile man. He's sort of always kind of touching, hugging people. Now, what was happening really was Macron was talking about the investment, and they've invested 60% or whatever. But then when Trump begins to talk and say, well, the US aren't going to get their money back, Macron puts his hand over, as you say, onto his knee, onto his arm. But what that actually is really is the non-verbal equivalent of saying, shut up, I'm speaking.
You don't need a fucking body language expert to fucking say that, because it's like it's very clearly why he did that overtly. That's clearly why he did that. That was what he was trying to convey. You're not like revealing anything like, this is what my extra knowledge can tell. He's saying very fucking, this is such a fucking grift.
So and then what happens is, as Macron continues to speak, one of the things I look for is a thing called a micro expression. A very fleeting flash of emotion that someone's feeling, and what Trump actually is conveying is contempt. He's not happy the fact that Macron spoke over him, and we see this sort of, it's what we call a bilateral smile in psychology, so it's a one-sided smile.
We call it a bilateral, us in psychology, right? We call it a bilateral smile. You wouldn't know about this kind of terminology, but that's what we psychology guys call it.
And Trump tends to make this quite a lot when he's not happy.
Do you think they're fully aware of what they're doing? Is some of this subconscious and they don't actually realise they're playing out in front of a bevy of cameras?
Yeah, absolutely, Nick. I mean, I've assessed, a lot of major politicians for a long time. And even
you need to get out more. You really need to get out more, Darren.
You're right.
He does.
No matter how well trained somebody is,
I'll put the cringe glasses on.
They cannot not communicate and what we call leak this information. So I think
Darren
that-
enjoyed our conversation. Thank you, Darren Stanton. Body language.
He just fucking got rid of him. Shut up, mate.
As TV's human lie detector. It's available if you've not seen it.
He's the human lie detector, guys, and we just cut him off because fucking.
I saw it last night on one of the news bulletins and straight away phoned into the what's laughingly known as the journalist who's employed here and said, we have got to be all over that. These are remarkable scenes. And, of course, how will it be between the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer? Will that be lots of knee hugs and power plays? As I said earlier, world leaders past and present were out and about yesterday.
All right, well, you got rid of the body language guy now. I've lost interest. Okay, well, what else shall we do? We've got one more UK thing. We've got a new Jonathan Pye. Shall we see if we're in agreement with Jonathan Pye today? I think he's talking about Trump.
The tech billionaire reiterated calls by the US president and Russia for Ukraine to hold new elections, saying President Zelenskyy is despised by his people and reiterating President Trump's assertion that he is a dictator.
I can't believe he's still doing this bit and people aren't bored of it yet. I can't believe that he's still doing the bit where he pretends to be a newsreader and then he goes off script. How is this still not old? I don't understand how this is not old yet. How is the bit not dead? How?
Neville Chamberlain must be up there now. Sorry, must be down there now, thinking at last a bigger fucking pussy than I was. Because at least Neville Chamberlain didn't come back reading from a bit of anti-Czech propaganda that Hitler had written for him. Are we still America's allies now that America is openly using Kremlin propaganda? Trump is clearly one of the worst negotiators in geopolitical history. The first time ever an American president has criticised an ally for not surrendering to an invading army. You fucking pussy hole. Trump claiming that Ukraine started the war is like Roosevelt saying, well, what the fuck were those ships doing in Pearl Harbor in the first place? The art of the deal, eh? The great negotiator showed his hand after 2 seconds, showed the world that he'd been entirely captured by Kremlin talking points. Instead of at least pretending to be neutral so that he could get his Nobel Peace Prize, he immediately showed that he was openly hostile to one of the parties and not the invader, the invaded.
Yeah, I mean, the bit. I'm not denying that the bit is killing. I just don't know how it's not dead. I don't think he needs to do the bit at the start where he pretends to be a newsreader. Because, clearly his thing is, I'm a ranty dude. What I do is the little rants. That's what I don't think he needs to do the bit anymore where he pretends to, I don't think you need to do that.
The invader, the invaded. The art of the deal. The guy negotiating with Russia is a Fox News host. Although, what's the point of a functioning Defence Department if you're going to surrender to your enemy after just 1 month in office? Imagine being the President of the United States with the richest man in the world as your pet and still shitting the bed every time someone points out that you're being a wanker. And you can tell that Trump doesn't actually think Zelenskyy is a dictator because his nose isn't nestled up Zelenskyy's anus whilst giving him a reach around like he does with real actual dictators.
Trombone, baby!
The UK didn't have a general election for 10 years because of World War II. That doesn't make Winston Churchill a dictator. Zelenskyy has not banned opposition parties, just the ones openly pro-Russian. Just like we banned the...
People still laugh at Del Boy falling. That's true. Us British people, if we find a joke funny, if we find a joke hilarious, we will laugh at it for decades.
Fascist party when Hitler...
That Del Boy joke has not been funny for a while, but...
was bombing the shit out of us on a nightly basis. Zelensky is not banned independent media, just pro-Russian propaganda. And NATO expansionism is not the reason we have this war. NATO expansion on Russia's borders stopped in 2004. So what? Russia was so annoyed that they waited 10 years to invade Crimea, and then a quick 8-year breather, and then on to Ukraine. Utter bollocks. And now let's see what the UK's favourite fag-smoking everyman MAGA flag shagger Nigel Farage has to say on the matter. Oh, no, he's not available for comment because he's on a plane flying off to a Trump cheerleading conference in Washington to share the stage with Liz Truss, Steve Bannon and Elon Musk, who's holding a chainsaw. Oh, no, we've got him on the line. Over to you, Nigel. Well, I think you find, if you know your history, we did have elections during the Second World War, so yes, Nigel, you're quite right. But we waited until Hitler had blown his fucking brains out, you disingenuous, cowardly, boot-licking, Trump line-towing, cock-sucking coward. Any other comments, Nigel Farage? Well, I agree with Donald Trump. Ukraine must have elections as soon as possible. Very well. And let me ask you this, Nigel Farage, you cowardly, cock-sucking cocksucker. How on earth is Ukraine supposed to have an election with 6 million of its people displaced? Russian drones attacking them every single day, with 3.5 million Ukrainians living under an illegal Russian occupation. Hello? Hello, cocksucker? No, he's gone. Whatever you think of Nigel Farage, you may even have voted for him, but trust me when I tell you, he is an apologist for appeasement, an apologist for brutal dictators, and he is a cowardly, bootlicking, opportunist shit stain on humanity. However, nothing compared to that master negotiator Donald Trump, an idiotic, ignorant leader with a feeble conceptual grasp on reality, where the politics of propaganda and intimidation are always proudly on display. Trump and his minions, including Farage, have betrayed Ukraine, betrayed a people who have courageously fought to defend their land against a bully and a murdering tyrant. And the result is an emergence of a new US-Russian axis, the end of the Western alliance, because Trump is annoyed that he was publicly called out on his lies. Maybe, just maybe, this is the moment where the remaining Western allies see that Trump is an ally of no one. Maybe Trump has miscalculated, thinking that everyone was just going to bend the knee. Maybe the world will see that America in its present form is not to be trusted by anyone. And anyone who does trust Trump, people like Nigel Farage, for example, a bootlicking, cowardly cocksucker who, instead of doing any work for his constituents, is right now wanking for coins on a stage in Washington, having a big fat public MAGA wank for dollar, a fucking shit stain of a man. Well, quite a week. Trump has always been unpredictable, but this week...
You see, he's just like the normal news dude. He's like the normal news dude.
has turned Western geopolitics on its head.
No, I don't really disagree with much of what he said there. Oh, that's it. You're watching this. You know enough about me at this point. I'm generally not really the person to comment on war situations, because I feel like I'm not really the kind of person who comes at these kind of situations from a very informed position. There are many things that I feel like I can comment on from a position of informedness, but yeah, with war generally, yeah. I can't, like, if I start talking about this, I feel like I'm taking up the space of other people who actually, like, have done loads of research on this and actually fucking know what they're talking about. But, I could just sort of, like, give you my opinion on what's happening. Yeah, fuck it. I don't know. Like, I feel doomed. Like, with regards to this stuff, I feel pretty fucking doomed. Like, more doomed than I've felt in quite a long time. Yeah, just watching that, like,
So this was 9 days ago. So this happened before. This happened before this.
They were talking
right?
about this.
He did that before this happened, right? He this hadn't even happened. This shit.
Later, after this bilateral meeting relating to a sort of joint investment fund co-managed by US and Ukraine in terms of monetizing minerals which are in Ukraine that have not yet been mined, and that those funds would go towards rebuilding Ukraine. They would go towards paying back the US for some of the military aid.
I just sort of feel like if you sort of view everything that happens through the lens of all Trump cares about is his ego and having his ego stroked, everything makes sense when you sort of start thinking about it through that lens. Like, that Trump is a one issue guy, and that is the issue is, are people sucking my fucking donger right now? Like, that is his one thing.
That it's already committed to Ukraine, but that deal hasn't been signed yet. And President Zelensky coming here today looking for that security backstop. As he said to President Trump, he trusted President Putin on a deal once before, and President Putin hadn't kept up his side of the agreement. But President Trump has said to President Zelensky in the Oval Office what he said to the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer yesterday, what he said to the French President Emmanuel Macron on Monday, which is, I'm not talking about a security backstop until we get to a deal on peace, he said to President Zelensky. When we're talking about security, that's the easy part, he said, which means we're at a ceasefire and we're at peace. And President Zelensky said, I'm not doing a ceasefire deal until there is a security backstop. They are one and the same. They have to come together. And then the meeting got quite heated, we're told, from our journalist colleagues who were in the room with President Trump and President Zelensky. They said raising their voices there in that meeting in the Oval Office. And we have that tape for you now.
BBC jump scare.
We can bring it to you.
What's your message for them?
Well, if I didn't align myself with both of them, you'd never have a deal. You want me to say really terrible things about Putin and then say, hi, Vladimir, how are we doing on the deal? That doesn't work that way. I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America. And for the good of the world, I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that.
I just think, like, Trump boasted, like, even before he got in, he boasted, oh, I'm going to stop this war within 24 hours or whatever he said. And then he had a meeting with Putin and he thought that he, like, because he's this amazing business guy and, like, what he does, he's the deals guy. And what he's going to be able to do is, like, make a deal with Putin that Ukraine is going to immediately, like, everyone's going to be like, oh my God, this deal is so amazing that everyone's going to immediately agree to it. And then he talked to Putin and he realized, oh, fuck, that's actually, you know what? That's actually quite kind of difficult to do. So then he resorted to still making it look like he was making a deal, but blaming it on somebody else. He was that was his plan B, making it look like it was somebody else's fault that a deal could not be made. And the fall guy was Zelensky, and he's just doing everything because he doesn't want to look like the guy who's not able to make deals. He just doesn't want to look like that. So he did all this fucking shit in front of the cameras to make it look like Zelensky was the guy who was not the deal making guy. It's fucking disgusting, but, like, and it's not even good politically when you consider that, like, Americans are behind Ukraine. It's not like the only person who's enjoying this is fucking Putin. Surely. But when you view it through the lens of like, well, Trump is just trying to make himself look good. He doesn't want to look like the guy who doesn't know how to make deals. It kind of makes sense because he can just palm it off he can palm the blame onto someone else now. Oh, well, a deal can't be made and it's your fucking fault. It's not mine. It's not mine. I did everything that I could. It's your fault because you just won't fucking agree to it. What's he fucking meant to do? Just agree to everything Putin puts forward? With like no security whatsoever that he won't do anything in the future. And that will be seen as like this amazing fucking deal. Even though eventually the entirety of fucking Europe just slowly gets taken over by Putin. What a fucking great deal. Thanks, Trump.
But I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get...
He's aligned with himself. That's the only person he's aligned with.
This thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way, so that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the President of the United States' words mattered more than the President of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now the President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014 and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was
killed,
not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022.
Honestly, like this all just feels like, I don't know. I guess as a British person, this is I know Trump's bullshit has been going on for a while since he got in. But it's starting to feel like the bullshit is starting to feel closer to home right now. And I'm like really sad because Ukraine should be allowed to be a country. Ukraine is a beautiful European country that should be allowed to be peaceful and to like the citizens should be allowed to live their life. And just to like completely flip the narrative as the most powerful country in the world, to completely flip and I know it's not the American people doing this, it's just Trump, but it just feels so heartbreaking because this it feels like so much closer to home right now because I love European countries. I love the culture that they all have, and I even love Russian people. I feel sorry for Russian people that they have to live under such an awful regime. You know, like a lot of the Russian people fucking hate that they have to live under that regime, and you know, I love Europe. Like there's so many countries with their own histories and their own cultures, and just to fuck over an entire fucking country of people like this. It absolutely breaks my heart.
Yeah, the situation the same. The people are been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Yes, but after that, he broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
This is such fucking bullshit. Like, he's asking him, what exact deal do you want me to make with Putin? And JD Vance just fires back at him with something that sounds good, but means absolutely fucking nothing.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are going around and forcing conscripts to the front lines because you have manpower problems. You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
I have been to.
Come once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military?
We have problems.
And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems, even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless. God bless. You will not have war.
Don't tell us what we're going to feel. We're trying to solve a problem. Don't tell us what we're going to feel.
I'm not telling you.
Because you're in no position to dictate that.
That's
Remember
exactly what
this.
you're doing.
You're in no position to dictate what we're going to feel. We're going to feel very good.
You will feel influence.
We're going to feel very good and very strong.
You will feel influence.
You're right now not in a very good position. You've allowed yourself to be in a very bad position, and he happens to be right about it.
From the very beginning of the war.
You're not in a good position. You don't have the
the
cards right now. With us, you start having
not
cards.
playing cards.
But right now, you don't.
I'm
You're playing cards.
Mr. President.
You're
I'm
playing
very
cards.
serious.
You're gambling
I'm
with the
president
lives
in
of
war.
millions of people.
You think
You're
What
gambling
cards, though?
with World War
You
III.
can't just be like, oh yeah, we give you what cards are they? It's just so fucking vague. It's all this shit that doesn't mean anything.
What do you
You're
speak
gambling
about?
with
What do you
World
speak
War
about?
III. And what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country. That's
with
back
all
to you.
respect to your
Far more than
Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Uno cards. He's giving him Uno cards. He's like, give these to Putin.
a lot of people said they should have.
Have you said
Gives him a reverse card.
thank you once this
A lot
entire
of
meeting?
times.
No, in this
Even
entire meeting, have
today.
you said thank
Even
you?
today.
You went to Pennsylvania and campaigned for the opposition in October. Offer some words of appreciation for the United States of America and the president who's trying to save your country.
Please, you think that
This kind of shit just makes me hate populist politics so much. It's just like, whoever can say a phrase that like sounds good comes out on top. Like, yo, we're trying to save your country. Yeah! But what about the specifics of the deal? We're just trying to stop people dying. Yeah, but like, how do you stop? Like, give me specifics of how you like give me like, the security to stop Putin just reinvading if I do a ceasefire right now. You know what you should do? You should just stop people dying right now.
if you will speak very loudly about the war, you
He's
can...
not speaking loudly. He's not
Yeah.
speaking loudly. Your country is in big trouble.
Can I
Wait a
answer?
minute. No,
Can
you've
I
done a lot
answer?
of talking. Your country is in big trouble.
I know.
You're not
I
winning.
know.
You're not winning this.
Oh my God, is it? Is it? Trump, am I at war? I didn't realize.
You have a damn good chance of
we
coming
are
out
staying,
okay because of
Mr.
us.
President, we are staying in our country, staying strong from the very beginning of the war. We've been alone, and we are thankful. I said thanks
You haven't
in
been
this
alone.
cabinet,
You
and
haven't
not
been
only
alone.
in this cabinet.
We gave you, through
I
this
said
stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and your
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about West
if
Speaking?
you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have our military equipment, this war would have been over in 2 weeks.
In 3
okay?
days, I heard it from Putin. In 3 days, this is something
Maybe
new.
less.
In 2 weeks, of course, yes.
It's going to be a very hard thing to do business like this.
Again,
I tell you.
just say thank you.
I said a lot of
accept
times
that
thank
there,
you
accept
to
that,
American people.
accept that there are disagreements, and let's go litigate those disagreements rather than trying to fight it out in the American media when you're wrong. We know that you're wrong.
But you see, I think it's good for the American people to see what's going on
I
over
understand,
there.
sir.
I think it's
I
very
understand.
important. That's why I kept this going so long. You have to be thankful. You don't have the
I'm
cards.
thankful.
You're buried there. Your people are dying.
tell you
You're
again,
running
I
low
know.
on soldiers.
Don't-
Listen,
don't, please,
you're running
Mr.
low on
President.
soldiers. It would be a damn good thing.
Mr.
And then
President.
then you tell us, I don't want a ceasefire. I don't want a ceasefire. I want to go and I wanted this. Look. If you could get a ceasefire right now, I tell you, you take it so the bullets stop flying and your men stop getting killed.
And then they just restart again. Like he doesn't understand how conflict works. He doesn't understand how conflict works in the context of fucking geopolitics. He's like, I will say that I am no expert in this area, but Trump clearly knows far less than even I do. It's not that fucking simple.
Of course, we want to stop the war.
But you're saying you don't want a ceasefire.
But I said to you,
I want a ceasefire.
with guarantees.
Because you'll get a ceasefire faster than an agreement.
Ask our people about ceasefire, what they think.
That wasn't
doesn't
with
matter
me.
for you what-
that
what
wasn't
this
with me.
means. It
That was
wasn't
with
with
a
you.
guy named Biden, who was not a smart person.
This
That
is
was
your-
with,
this
that was
is
with
your
Obama.
president. It was your president.
Excuse me. That was with Obama, who gave you sheets, and I gave you javelins.
Yes.
I gave you the javelins to take out all those tanks. Obama gave you sheets. In fact, the statement is Obama gave sheets and Trump gave javelins. You got to be more thankful, because let me tell you.
Yeah, I don't know where the Democrats are. Where are they? Where are the Democrats?
You don't have the cards. With us, you have the cards. But without us, you don't have any cards.
One more question to Mr. Vice President. I'm sorry, here.
It'll be a tough deal to make, because the attitudes have to change.
What if Russia breaks ceasefire? What if Russia breaks peace talks? What do you do then? I understand that it's a heated conversation right now.
What are you
but
saying?
She's asking, what if Russia breaks the ceasefire?
What if anything? What if a bomb drops on your head right now? Okay? What if they broke it? I don't know. They broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him.
The whole point of making a deal along with a ceasefire is that I'm assuming, I don't know, again, I'm no expert in this area, but I'm assuming when you make a ceasefire, you make a deal in which the other side agrees that if they break that ceasefire and they drop a bomb on someone's fucking head, they see consequences for that. That is part of the fucking deal. I assume. I don't know. I'm no expert.
They didn't respect Obama. They respect me. Let me tell you, Putin went through a hell of a lot with me. He went through a phony witch hunt where they used him and Russia. You ever hear of that deal? That was a phony Hunter Biden, Joe Biden scam. Hillary Clinton, Shifty Adam Schiff. It was a Democrat scam.
What?
And he had to go through that. And he did.
What?
We didn't end up in a war. And he went through it. He was accused of all that stuff. He had nothing to do with it. It came out of Hunter Biden's bathroom. It came out of Hunter Biden's bedroom.
What's going on?
It was disgusting.
Nobody cares.
They said,
Nobody cares about Hunter Biden's bedroom or bathroom.
Oh, the laptop from hell was made by
unless he was singing in his bathroom and pretending that his singing was not auto-tuned and he added the bathroom reverb artificially. Then we care.
Russia, the 51 agents. The whole thing was a scam, and he had to put up with that. He was being accused of all that stuff. All I can say is this. He might have broken deals with Obama and Bush, and he might have broken them with Biden. He did, maybe. Maybe he didn't. I don't know what happened. But he didn't break them with me. He wants to make a deal. I don't know if you can make a deal. The problem is I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy.
To be a tough guy by taking an awful deal from a dictator. You've empowered him to be a tough guy. What?
Without the United States. And your people are very brave. But you're either going to make a deal or we're out. And if we're out, you'll fight it out. I don't think it's going to be pretty, but you'll fight it out. But you don't have the cards. But once we sign that deal, you're in a much better position. But you're not acting at all thankful. And that's not a nice thing. I'll be honest, that's not a nice thing. All right, I think we've seen enough. What do you think? Huh? This is going to be great television, I will say that. All right.
This is all he cares about. Like, all he cares about is, oh, it's gonna get me a lot of attention when this goes out on TV. That's literally all he cares about. And when things get a lot of attention, you can sort of cook that attention into something positive for your movement. If you kind of think of it in terms of crypto scams, that's basically how it works. It's like meme coins get set up and they essentially go off whatever at that moment has a lot of attention. And a lot of people make a lot of money out of what gets a lot of attention because people will gamble on the thing that gets a lot of attention because they think they can buy at the right time and sell at the right time. And I think Trump's entire thing is, I don't really care whether this is diplomatically or politically good or not. What I do really care about is whether it gets a lot of attention. Because when lots of people are talking about me and sort of making bets on me in the market, a lot of people will make money. I think that's all he really cares about, really, is getting a lot of attention. I don't think he really cares about whether it's positive or negative attention. As long as people are talking about him and looking at him, and I think that's all he really cares about.
We'll see what we can do about putting it together.
Guys, come on, let's go.
We'll see, I don't know.
All right, guys, come on. Please. Hey, come on. Guys, come on, let's move, please.
Thank you.
Well, that's
Well,
it.
that is the tape relay we have just had of an extraordinary meeting with President Zelenskyy and Donald Trump, and you'd have seen the extreme...
I mean, Michael Caine knows what's going on. So yeah, they berated him about not wearing a suit, apparently. Where is that clip? Where's that clip?
And my second question for President Zelenskyy: why don't you wear a suit?
You're at the highest. Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do you own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting
I
the
don't have
dignity of this
such-
office.
I will wear costume after this.
I mean, like, I don't give a fuck. I think he looks smart in what he's wearing. I don't know. Is this like a polo shirt? I think he looks smart. He looks fucking smart, man. What's this obsession with wearing a stupid shirt and a tie? And like, what the fuck?
This war will finish. Okay. Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something like this.
Something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
They're just like desperate to come at him for whatever.
You said yesterday that you have.
Are you going to send more arms to Ukraine in case there's no peace?
Yeah, we're going to have arms to Ukraine, yeah, sure. Hopefully I won't have to send very much because hopefully we're going to have it finished. We're looking forward to finishing this quickly. We're not looking forward to sending a lot of arms. We're looking forward to getting the war finished so we can do other things. But we very much appreciate the agreement because we needed what they had, and we're treating...
You want to finish the war so we can do other things?
You know, our country is now treated fairly. Biden didn't do that. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. This should have never happened. This should have never started. But, you know, sure, the answer is yes, but hopefully we won't have to send much because I'm looking forward to getting it done quickly, very quickly.
Does that mean you'll provide security guarantees, Mr. President?
I don't want to talk about security.
I feel like a lot of his campaign was basically, I'm going to stop this war so quickly. Oh, there's a burp. I wonder if that's some of the air that I swallowed earlier. I apologize. A lot of his campaign was like, yeah, I'm going to stop this war immediately. And then when he got in, he was like, oh shit, that's kind of impossible. So now everything that he's doing is aimed at making it look like it's not his fault that it's not being ended immediately.
Yet because I want to get the deal done. You know, you fall into the same trap like everybody else. 1 million times you say it over and over. I want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2% of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy.
Did someone just ring a bell in the background? I'm so confused.
Want to get the deal done. Security is so easy. That's about 2%.
Did someone ring the personal best bell? America just hit a personal best of fuckery. Ding, 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 ding.
Percent of the problem. I'm not worried about security. I'm worried about getting the deal done. The security is the easy part. Security is very nice. Everybody stop shooting. And now will Europe put people there? I know France is going to. I know the UK is going to. I know other countries are going to, and they happen to be right next door. We haven't committed, but we could conceivably. You know, we have security in a different form. We'll have workers there digging, taking the raw earth so that we can create a lot of great product in this country. So in that sense, you have something, but we haven't determined that yet. I will say, in speaking...
Where's Luigi when you need him? Yeah, I'm going to go on to Luigi after this.
To France, and in speaking to, and they were here, as you know, last week and just the other day, they have committed to a lot of security. I don't think you're going to need much security. I think once this deal gets done, it's over. Russia's not going to want to go back, and nobody's going to want to go back. When this deal ends, I really believe this deal is going to be over.
Oh, what a twat! What a twat! All right, I'm gonna pee. I'll grab some lemonade as well. I should not drink any more beer at this point. Okay.
piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making 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 piss. I can't talk right now. Making piss. I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. I can't talk right now.
Oh yeah, we're in town, baby. I just went and checked him on Brooklyn again. He's fine. He's fine. He's napping downstairs. He's good. I think he was just like at the time he was trying to dislodge something from his throat. But whatever he was trying to dislodge, he's clearly succeeded. And he's good now. All good. All good. Dislodge injustice. There's a man in Leeds who looks like Luigi, really. So the menswear guy has apparently done a little bit of a thread about that clip.
Second question. My second question for President Zelensky. Do you ever? Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do. You own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans have problems with you not
Really?
respecting.
I don't
the
have
dignity of
such.
this office.
I will wear a costume after this war will finish.
Okay.
Yes, maybe one.
Maybe something
maybe
like this.
something like
Yes,
yours.
sir.
Yes.
That'd be great.
Maybe something better. I don't know. We will see. Maybe something cheaper than yeah. Thank you. Thank you for.
Second question. My second question for President Zelensky. Do you ever? Why don't you wear a suit? Why don't you wear a suit? You're at the highest level in this country's office, and you refuse to wear a suit. Just want to see if you do. You own a suit?
Yeah, problems.
A lot of Americans.
I was thinking while I'm on Blue Sky, I might take a little screenshot and say that I'm live and post that I'm live. Even though I've been fucking live for ages. Does Elon ever wear a suit? No. All right, fuck it. Let's just post that. Fuck it! Fuck it! Let's just post that. Much of the commentary on Twitter surrounds whether Zelensky was disrespectful by not wearing a suit to the meeting. There are hundreds of tweets at this point, but I'm only showing one which captures the MAGA sentiment. One reason why I think respectability is stupid is because it's often used as a mask. Such judgments are rarely about the clothes themselves, but more often about the bodies beneath them. To wit, no one raised an issue when Elon wore a graphic t-shirt and a ball cap to meet the Trump cabinet. A point many people have made. As a general matter, I also dislike the idea of respectability in dress, because the concept is often unevenly applied. It bothered me to see Vance smirking during this moment, as he supposedly champions the forgotten working poor, who are most often shamed because of these concepts. Just look at how we view hoodies. On Mark Zuckerberg, the hoodie is a symbol of whiz-kid meritocracy, breaking norms and developing the new economy. On people like Trayvon Martin, the hoodie is sometimes seen as a proof of criminality. Again, it's about the bodies beneath the clothes. One might note that Zelenskyy is the Ukrainian president, not some Appalachian coal miner, and he's meeting with the American president to ask for money. Thus, it's incumbent upon him to wear a suit. For what it's worth, it's perhaps worth noting that when Benjamin Franklin visited France between 1776 and 1778 to ask for military support for the then new-formed United States of America, he wore a coonskin cap. Proper French court attire at this time was a powdered wig. At the time, French elites were fascinated with the idea of a backwoods philosopher, so Franklin strategically played up his rustic American roots. The coonskin cap, of course, was something of a symbol of the American frontier. And the trick worked. He charmed the French with his hat. Okay, not a one-to-one comparison, as Americans have no fascination with the quarter zips, but people who insist that Zelenskyy should have worn a suit should answer a very simple question. Would Trump and MAGA have a different position on Ukraine if Zelenskyy wore a suit the entire time? If you answer yes, then I think Trump and the MAGA movement is stupid. Matters of geopolitics should not be affected by issues of fashion. If you answered no, then I think we agree that this is just pretense. Trump's position on Ukraine is not about clothes, and MAGA follows whatever Trump says. The biggest reason why I dislike the idea of respectability in dress is because it conflates the appearance of virtue with actual virtue. Wearing a suit doesn't make you respectful, intelligent, or capable, just as wearing a leather jacket doesn't make you rugged. Many people are unable to separate clothes from character, which is how the fashion industry makes so much money. They sell you on the idea that you can be a certain person by wearing certain clothes. In reality, character is defined by actions, not clothes. Lastly, there's a difference between how you choose to dress versus how you view others based on attire. I think it's fine if you say you'd wear a suit if you were in Zelenskyy's position. However, I think it's stupid to say that he's disrespectful for not wearing a suit. Zelenskyy's character can be judged more directly by how he treats others and whether you think he's protected his country. From what I've seen, he has treated Americans with respect. His attire is to remind people he's at war, not unlike Churchill wearing a siren suit to the White House in 1942. Anyway, those are my thoughts. You can choose to dress in certain ways to elicit certain reactions, e.g. perform respectability, but real respect is about more meaningful actions. Important to not conflate how you choose to dress with how you judge others. Dress respectability is Victorian ethics. Yeah. Love that. Good thread. All right, what else have we got on here? Another Blue Sky post. We closed down Tesla in New York City. Well, we went to the rich man's house and we took back what he stole from us, took back our dignity, took back our humanity.
All over me. I
my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let the system walk all over me. Went down to the White House and I took back what it stole from me. Took back my dignity. Took back my humanity. Went down to the White House and I took back what it stole from me. Took back my dignity. Took back my humanity.
Oh, look at that. Can you hear that person ad-libbing in the background? How, doing harmonies. How,
Under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let the system.
I wonder if they auto-tuned this video covertly. They put it into Melodyne. and they shifted some of it, huh?
Some walk all over me. My feet, under my feet.
No, I like this. I know some people would look at this and be like, "Oh, blue head libs! Oh, this is so cringe." To be honest, I think I'd find this quite fun. I like a good sing song. I love a good sing song. I'd be the one doing ad libs, like holding up the cardboard cutout of the Elon Nazi salute. That would be me. I'd be fucking loving this.
Under my feet, ain't gonna let the system walk all over me. Went down to the White House and I took back what it stole from me.
It needs a beat, yeah.
Took back my dignity.
I can give it a beat.
Took back my humanity. Went down to the White House and I took back what it stole from me. Took back my
You wait until I give it a beat, okay? Okay?
Took back my humanity. Under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let the system walk all over me. My feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let the system walk all over me. Went down to the White House and I took back what it stole from me. Took back my dignity. Took back my humanity. Went down to the White House and I took back what it stole from me. Took back my dignity. Took back my humanity. Under my feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let the system walk all over me. My feet, under my feet, under my feet, under my feet. Ain't gonna let the system walk all over.
Let her cook. Okay. All right, let's move on to Luigi. Oh, but before we do, one more thing. The Daily Mail, even the Daily Mail has done this headline after that meeting. Even the Daily Mail are like, what the fuck is going on? They are campaigning. They are campaigning to cancel the state visit of Trump. Ugh. fully cooked. Fully cooked. But you know, it's all about Trump's, it's all about his ego. It is all about his ego, really. At end of the day, it's all about his ego, isn't it? Luigi Mangioni's backpack was repacked by the officers. It was repacked by the officers after seizing and searching it at McDonald's. They later brought it to the police department and found the gun. So they didn't even find the gun at McDonald's. And from what I know, they didn't even find it with the silencer on it. So, like, this is fucked up, man. So I've watched that Netflix documentary about the OJ trial. OJ's attorneys found it so fucking easy to make it look like he was framed by racist policemen, even though he very clearly did it. The amount of people who are behind Luigi Mangione because of political reasons. Like, if you think about the OJ trial and how many people were behind OJ, because at the time there was a lot of political turmoil around how racist the police in America were. Obviously, I'm not saying they're not still that they still are, but like the narrative around that time, like, people don't care about. This is how, like, people generally think. They don't generally think in terms of finding the truth. People generally think in terms of narratives and, like, finding justice for the narrative that they believe in. And during the time around, like, OJ's trial, there was very much the narrative of there needs to be a black hero. And with OJ, he was made into that, even though he was definitely guilty. They made him into that. And yeah, he was found not guilty. And I think there's a huge political motivation and narrative surrounding Luigi, which I think will empower him to possibly be found not guilty in a kind of similar way that perhaps OJ was found not guilty. But it was through this that I actually learned that that, like, silencers in America, silencers. So you're allowed a fucking gun, but you're not allowed a thing that you put onto that gun that makes it quieter. Like, what? What? But apparently that's because, like, you can have a gun, but if you have a gun, you need, like, if you use that gun, you need to allow the police to, like, hear where you're shooting that gun from. That's why silencers aren't allowed, right? Is that why? Basically, all of the laws are written around making the police look good. Like, you can have a gun, but as long as the police can, like, hear where the sound of the gunshot is coming from, then that's fine. If you have a silencer that could potentially make the police look dumb, that's illegal. Then it's illegal, right? Is that how it works? Oh, I don't know. Wait, I've already got this one open. What am I looking at? What am I looking at?
It's great to.
More Perfect Union went to a crypto conference. We left terrified. I've not watched this yet. They put this. I meant to watch this last stream, but I didn't, so I'm going to watch it now.
Be alive right now. We're alive at the greatest time in financial history.
Money is power. And here in Miami, a new kind of money wants its place at the table.
It's blockchain and it's a digital revolution.
I'm at one of America's largest crypto.
What are they all dressed? I'm sorry, I'm a few seconds in and I'm already pausing everything. What are these fits?
Wants its place at the table.
It's blockchain and it's a digital revolution.
I'm at one of America's largest crypto conferences, just miles from what used to be FTX Arena, where a $135 million naming rights deal collapsed alongside the crypto exchange in 2022. But here, that's ancient history.
Good morning, crypto enthusiasts!
For those that said Bitcoin will never get to 100,000, what do you have to say now? It's to 1 million.
After pouring over $100 million into the 2024 election, crypto won every race it backed, and now counts the president in its corner.
The United States will be the crypto capital of the planet.
I'm here to find out what the industry really wants with all that money.
The whole world needs an enema. Donald Trump's that enema.
Beyond the excitement,
Is Donald Trump being shot up our colons? I definitely do feel like that's what's happening.
that people here feel, I found a multi-billion-dollar industry with a radical vision that could threaten the whole economy, even for those of us who have never spent a penny on a digital asset.
Bust is going to come when it does, if the traditional financial system and the crypto ecosystem have sort of fully merged. We're ready to have another 2008 moment.
Welcome to WAGME Miami.
I mean, walking by, hell of a claim on the side here.
Americans do not need to be slaves. They don't have to file income taxes. I have not paid any federal income or payroll taxes for over 30 years and openly teaching others to do the same.
Wow, remarkable story. It's a strange place to be a crypto agnostic, someone who sees obvious scams in the industry, but can't completely dismiss the true Bitcoin believers.
There's so many great people in this industry right now that started off as skeptics. One of my founding partners came to Bitcoin because he was convinced he was going to find out where it was a scam. He was from finance, and then he found out it wasn't. We ended up starting this company. It's a very, very deep topic.
More like he discovered that he could make a shit ton of money, and then he started not really caring about whether it was a scam or not.
We're talking about finance and the value of human society being saved.
We've got more tailwind than we've ever had behind us in the cryptocurrency industry.
Everyone here is ecstatic, hopeful. Trump's election launched Bitcoin past 100K, minting new millionaires overnight. There's booths selling training and software, and yacht brokers and Cayman Island lawyers.
If you're a US citizen, I always say, always get US tax advice before you come to us.
Want to route your profits through Palau to avoid US taxes? It's complicated, but here's maybe step one. Or maybe you're looking for real estate.
These are all 3 and 4 bedroom residences, so they start at 3.4 million.
Hot damn. Well, I wish that I could be a customer of yours, but I am not.
The market keeps going this direction, you will be.
All of this is based on a pretty simple idea.
Yeah, everyone's gonna have a private island. That's how it works, guys.
Cryptocurrencies are a piece of data that people buy.
Smiley white. Woo! Oh, I don't have my things open. God damn it! Why do I always do this? Why do I?
And sell digitally.
Traditional banking needs a bunch of middlemen, banks, clearinghouses, and lawyers who write the rules. Most cryptocurrency is on something called the blockchain, which lets you transact directly by replacing all of them with math and code.
A lot of people have this mentality that crypto is a scam or fraud or blah, blah, blah. It's simply not true. It's just a technology. It's a tool at the end of the day, right?
But for many,
a fucking useful one at the end of the day. At the end of the day. There is absolutely no use case for blockchain. And that's the one thing that they do not want to admit at the end of all of this, is that not one business person, even though they have all of the incentive in the world to find a use case for blockchain, not a single fucking person has found one. Even though all of the financial incentives are there, they're all there. The financial incentives are put in place. They're right there. There is a cushy financial bed to find a use case on top of. And what have they found? Fuck all. Apart from scams.
It's a tool that's very much something more.
Bitcoin is of the people, by the people, for the people.
Crypto is actually a fresh, natural.
Look at them just like trying to dance around the use case with like flowery sounding words. They don't know what they're talking about.
Free privacy alternative to the corrupt system.
The original idea behind Bitcoin, which is the first cryptocurrency, was that we couldn't trust banks or financial institutions.
So seeing all of the big banks get bailed out, and it just really struck with me.
There are certainly people who continue to hold those early ideological beliefs, but there is also this massive speculative industry built around it where people are hoping to get rich quick by picking cryptocurrencies they hope will go up in price.
Most people I met at the conference would fall into the true believers, but there's more to the story.
There is also a much larger industry around cryptocurrency that in many ways sort of shadows the very same financial intermediaries they originally spoke about doing away with.
That larger industry recently found an unlikely champion, the president.
Promoting his company's newly launched Trump meme coin.
I don't know much about it other than I launched it. I heard it was very successful.
$60 billion in volume, 48 hours. He showed what could be done. Those numbers don't lie.
The guy's crypto holdings are now
Number go up, baby. That's all they care about. His number go up. His number go up.
worth more money than anything else he owns.
There's zero value. What's the value in Doge token right now? It's just a belief in a movement and in a community. And so by Trump doing it, our beautiful First Lady doing it, it kind of validates that now they're not afraid of prosecution. If it's good enough for the president to do it, it should be good enough for anyone to be able to do it.
The numbers tell the story. After he promoted it, Trump coin shot to $75, then crashed to $17. 31 early traders made nearly $669 million.
Who could have seen that coming?
Early buyers escaped with $6.6 billion. Meanwhile, over 800,000 people combined to lose $2 billion. Over the last 4 years, there was one regulator against this type of speculation. SEC Chair Gary Gensler.
That guy was a prick.
Sour grapes, somebody that couldn't hack it.
I think
Time for loads of veiled anti-Semitism.
he was unpopular for a reason.
The irony? Gensler helped build crypto's foundation, teaching one of MIT's first blockchain courses.
That was my introduction to blockchain technology, actually, was his classes.
As a regulator, he became the industry's biggest threat, targeting major firms for violations.
And then the crypto industry says, okay, it's fine that you're coming after us, but give us clear-cut guidelines and regulation, and they never did it whatsoever.
Everyone at the conference had the same story about Gensler, and I found myself nodding along. It matched what I read, and it made me wonder, why didn't Gensler provide clear guidelines?
It wasn't that they didn't have certainty, it was that the certainty that was offered to them impeded what they wanted to do.
That's Hillary Allen. She's a law professor at American University. She investigated the last financial crisis for Congress.
There is no law that is completely certain. Every law is open to all kinds of interpretation, even if it seems clear on its face. For example, fraud is illegal. Does the statute spell out in chapter and verse every single thing that counts as fraud?
It's like a lot of this stuff reminds me of when I was researching sovereign citizens and the way that they are so desperate for like a very black and white legal system, and there are lots of nuances in language and the way that language is used and interpreted by people, and that's why they attempted to make their own language, which was supposedly not interpretable by any person, and they attempted to write their own language, which was in every word had its own very specific definition that could never be interpreted in a slightly different way by any other person. And they were like basically convinced that they could have this whole set of lawyers who were all in view of the law in exactly the same way. Because when they looked at the US government and how the US government worked in regards to like tax avoidance or whatever laws that they wrote, they were convinced that they were all part of a big conspiracy, because they noticed that different lawyers or different judges would interpret different laws in different ways. But that's just a facet of humanity. That's just how we view things as humans. And there's like literally no way to get past that. It's just something that we're always going to have to battle with. But sovereign citizens are very much convinced that they could create their own language. And by creating their own language, they could get past this legal uncertainty that they felt that they were subjected to constantly. And I feel like crypto guys are very much subject to the same logical fallacy that sovereign citizens are, in the way that they think instead of creating their own English language that is infallible, they feel like everything can be legislated by code rather than an English language that's infallible. Crypto guys think that code can be infallible. So as a human looking at code, or like a smart contract on an NFT or something, that could never be interpreted in a different way by different humans. What they don't realize is that is a part of being human, is interpreting things in a different way to other people do. That's just part of being human, and that's the thing that we all do. And that's not something that you can fix with a certain language or with code. You can't code laws because they have to be interpreted by people. And that's how we learnt to appoint judges. Judges are supposed to be trained in such a certain way that they're not susceptible to bias as much as possible, but we've kind of realized that they're still human, so they will be. So that's why we have like a Supreme Court or whatever, which is supposed to be quite balanced, and you have like sort of half of the people. In an ideal world, you'd have like half of the people who kind of lean left and about half of the people who lean right. But, you know, if you exploit the system, then you're going to have more people who lean the way that you want them to lean. But that is basically the idea of judges, is you're supposed to have people who are trained to look at things in an unbiased way. But it's kind of impossible. When you're talking about humans and the way that they see things, it's not actually very possible to have a person look at things in a completely unbiased way.
No, because if you did that, that would just give a roadmap for anyone who wanted to commit fraud.
That's the heart of it. Crypto says it's leading a revolution that needs new rules. Gensler saw it differently. Except for a few cryptocurrencies, these are investments. File your paperwork like everyone else, which involves financial statements.
There's no way they could come up with audited financials because there's nothing behind them. So what the crypto industry was looking for was regulation that didn't enforce those kind of things, but still gave consumers enough comfort.
That's so funny, that B-roll clip there.
Those kind of things, but
this girl here, I know her. I've done a photo shoot with this girl before. Anyway,
still gave consumers.
She's a British girl, but I believe she's like, I think her hereditarily, I think her parents are like Brazilian though.
Enough comfort that they'd be willing to invest.
When Gensler wouldn't back down, the industry found another way forward.
I have to find the picture of me with her now. Hang on. I'm not lying. I have to prove to you now that I know that girl. Wait. How do I get on my profile on Instagram? Okay, bear with me.
buy enough political influence to replace them.
The cryptocurrency super PACs raised around $200 million during the 2024 election cycle, and they spent about $130 million of that. Rather remarkable to see this amount of money coming out of the cryptocurrency industry, especially because they...
Okay, I have it. Hang on. That's me with her doing a model shoot in... We were in Brighton. That's her. But she does a lot of like B-roll modeling as well. And sometimes I just see her pop up on things and I'm like, yeah, I know that girl. I know that girl. Anyway, random.
They had not previously been that involved in politics.
Molly tracked where all this political spending came from. The biggest checks? From the very companies the SEC was investigating. Coinbase, charged with selling unregistered securities. They donated $46 million. Ripple, also facing SEC.
Yeah, I did a modeling, like, I was contracted to do a modeling thing for Copperberg, and they wanted us like on the beach in Brighton. Just like, yeah, we're young and cool. We're so hip drinking Copperberg.
Action threw in.
I like never drink cider normally.
$45 million. And Andreessen Horowitz, the Silicon Valley giant with investments across the industry, matched them nearly dollar for dollar.
The cryptocurrency industry has been very clear that they want changes to the regulatory environment in the United States.
A little over a month into the Trump administration, and it's already happening. Gensler is out at SEC, replaced by Paul Atkins. He's a crypto lobbyist who counted the collapsed FTX as a client. Howard Lutnick, whose company owns 5% of controversial crypto giant Tether, took commerce. And the new Treasury Secretary is Scott Bessent. Here's what he said about crypto last summer.
Crypto is about freedom, and the crypto economy is here to stay. Crypto is bringing in young people. It's bringing in the people who haven't participated in markets.
They want to see a free-for-all on us.
That's convenient that you're bringing on people who haven't participated in markets before, because then maybe those people might not have, experience of what participating in a market might be like.
When it comes to how companies can present investments to retail buyers, and they're hoping to see basically a hands-off approach from the government when it comes to the entire tech industry, not just the cryptocurrency world.
The new agency heads can reshape enforcement, and they already have, pausing investigations and opening banks to crypto. But the real goal is to rewrite America's financial rules.
The crypto industry is basically in lockstep with the US government to dictate policy that is favorable to them, but not necessarily to the American public.
Last year, pro-crypto members of Congress introduced a bill called Fit 21. The legislation gives crypto exactly what it wants: clear definitions and freedom from SEC oversight.
That has been their primary goal for some time now.
Instead of the SEC, crypto would answer to the CFTC, the same agency that missed the warning signs before 2008's financial collapse.
The reason why the industry has wanted that is that the CFTC is sort of being typically seen as a lighter touch, a pretty small agency. It's not particularly well funded, and it doesn't have a culture of investor protection.
Fit 21 sailed through the House last year, but hit a wall in the Senate. Then, the industry opened its wallets.
The Senate race in Ohio was a massive target of political spending, where the cryptocurrency industry was looking to oust Sherrod Brown, who is a powerful figure in the Senate Banking Committee, critical of crypto in the past.
The industry spent $40 million. Their guy won.
Fit 21 was kind of designed to pass the previous Congress. Now that they have bought so much support in Congress, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go further.
But Molly and Hillary see something more dangerous hiding in these bills: a chance to tear down America's entire system of financial regulation.
The Trojan horse aspect that I'm particularly worried about is that in doing so, the securities laws might be eviscerated for everything, not just for crypto. All the legislative proposals we've seen so far is to say, if this security or this thing lives on a blockchain, it's carved out of the securities laws.
It's almost this escape hatch for anyone who wants to try to use it to completely undermine securities regulations.
All this to benefit an industry that has a history of proving why we need strong financial regulation in the first place.
There was this major cryptocurrency market collapse during 2022.
Just a little one.
FTX was certainly the most notable example, but quite a few cryptocurrency companies fell apart during that time period as crypto prices declined.
People who had invested in crypto lost a lot, and there were some very heartbreaking stories that came out of it. But if you weren't a crypto investor, you wouldn't really have noticed that this had happened unless you were reading the newspapers.
Crypto isn't staying on the fringes anymore. Major pension funds are already invested through SEC-approved vehicles. States want to accept it for taxes. Public companies hold it on their books.
And I worry that even people who choose to stay away
Thanks for watching.
If we let crypto get pretty big, then yeah, it would be disastrous for the economy. But the people who are invested in it right now don't fucking care, because they're the ones making loads of money, and they're the ones who will make loads more fucking money if it does collapse. It's basically the same as like the 2008 financial crash. Like the people who fucked over for everybody else in the 2008 financial crash, they're the ones who also made money out of the crash. So it's basically it's basically the same thing. All right. But I just wanted to also bring attention to the USCSB, the United States Chemical Safety Board. I want to bring attention to these wonderful people, because without them, I mean, I'm scared for them. Honestly, I'm scared for them because Doge. I feel like Doge may come for these guys. This is a American taxpayer funded coalition, I don't know, government department. And what they do is they essentially investigate chemical disasters that have happened in the American industrial system, in like factories and stuff like that. They investigate what happened. Like if you are obsessed with like the Chernobyl series and the Chernobyl disaster, which I am, I'm obsessed with the Chernobyl disaster and like nuclear reactor disasters and like the exact situations that led to them happening. If you're obsessed with that, then you would absolutely love this channel. And I feel like what we really need, like watching this channel, I feel like what we need is like just a really good communications department for every governmental department that does shit like this. Like, just so we fucking know what they do, because we don't know what most of the government does. We just like breeze through life completely unaware of what most of our government does. But when one department comes along with an amazingly produced YouTube channel, it's like all of a sudden we're like, oh my God, these guys are doing an amazing work. And I don't know why the USCSB has an amazing communications department, but they do. And because they do, we can understand the really important work that they do, which is essentially look into why disasters happened, figure out the holes in the Swiss cheese in the systems that they had in place, surgically figure out where all of the holes were in the systems that allowed the disaster to happen. And there's a frickin' eagle, there's a frickin' American eagle squawking at the start of every video. I mean, what else do you need?
January 24th, 2020, the Watson Grinding and Manufacturing Company in Houston, Texas. An accidental release of propylene accumulated inside a building and ignited, causing a massive explosion. The explosion fatally injured 2 workers and a member of the public. Hundreds of nearby structures were damaged, including homes and several businesses.
Our investigation found that Watson Grinding did not have an effective system in place to address potential hazards in its propylene process and did not have a mechanical integrity program or written operating procedures. This tragic incident was made even worse due to the lack of emergency response training for employees at the facility.
The holes in the Swiss cheese.
As a result, 3 lives were lost in the surrounding community.
And that resulted, the holes in the Swiss cheese resulted in 3 lives being lost. And their whole point, the whole point that they exist and they are funded by the taxpayers is to save fucking American lives.
Was put at great risk.
The Watson Grinding and Manufacturing Company was comprised of several production buildings, as well as a company gym. It was located in a densely populated area of Houston, Texas. The company specialized in machining and grinding services, as well as applying high-performance coatings, particularly high-velocity oxygen fuel, or HVOF coating.
Also, secondarily, you get to have a little, education about how many things that you use in day-to-day life are manufactured, which you wouldn't get otherwise.
HVOF coating extends the service life of metal parts used in highly corrosive environments, such as specialized chemical, mining, and aerospace equipment. One of the buildings at the Watson Grinding
Bet you never even fucking thought about that until now, did you?
Facility was known as the Coating Building. Inside were 8 coating booths, 6 of which were used for...
Hey, Raiders! We're talking about American chemical disasters. I hope you have fun.
HVOF coating. The process of HVOF coating involved propylene, an extremely flammable hydrocarbon gas. Propylene was routed into the coating building through piping connected to an outside storage tank, which was located in a separate area of the facility. On the day prior to the incident, operators shut down the individual coating booths and the coat...
No way! Double raid! 2 at once! Well, you guys are in for a treat because we're talking about American industrial chemical disasters.
The supervisor closed and locked the coating building. But the CSB found that there was no established policy or procedure for isolating the storage tank at the end of a workday. Neither the...
That's one hole in the frickin' Swiss cheese, guys. You see how they build up.
Manual shutoff, nor the remote shutoff valves located at the propylene storage tank were closed before the workers left for the night. At some point overnight, a degraded and poorly crimped rubber hose, which connected to the propylene piping, disconnected from its fitting inside one of the coating booths.
That's all it takes. A freaking old pipe. An old rubber pipe. That's all it takes. Because there was no system in place to check the condition of the pipes.
With the shutoff valves to the propylene storage tank open, flammable propylene was able to flow freely from the tank through the piping and into the coating booth. The coating building was equipped with an automatic gas detection system that included wall-mounted gas detectors inside each booth. The automatic gas detection system was meant to alert operators to a leak, as well as trigger remote shutoff valves to stop the flow of propylene. But the CSB found that several years prior, Watson Grinding disconnected the booth's gas detector
Hole in the cheese
from their computer. To open it up.
This is where it all went wrong.
As he entered the building and turned on the lights, the accumulated gas ignited, causing a massive explosion. The coating booth operator and the worker who first noticed the leak were both fatally injured by the blast. A nearby resident died 2 weeks later due to injuries sustained at his house caused by the large explosion. The explosion affected over 450 neighboring structures, including homes
That blast was fucking huge, man.
and businesses, with some sustaining major damage. The explosion also caused significant damage to Watson Grinding, and the company, which employed 130...
Yeah, you could argue it was kind of dumb to switch on the lights, but the whole problem is the whole point of having systems in place is to have a safety net against the stupidity of people, because people are stupid. People are fucking stupid. And the amount of people who would switch on a light switch when they can smell a gas in the air is ridiculously high. Like, so many people would do that. The point is to have these safety nets in place in the first place, and they didn't have them there.
30 people eventually filed for bankruptcy and ultimately closed. The Chemical Safety Board launched an investigation and found 2 safety issues contributed to the deadly incident. They are process safety management and emergency preparedness. The first safety issue is process safety management. The CSB determined that neither OSHA's process safety management standard nor the EPA's risk management plan rule applied at Watson Grinding. Therefore, the company was not required to implement a process safety management system for the propylene coating process. But the CSB believes that several elements of an effective process safety management system, if implemented, could have helped prevent this incident. Those elements include process safety information, process hazard analysis, management of change, mechanical...
All of these things are an example of what Elon Musk thinks is a waste of money. It is. Too much bureaucracy, baby. Just let people fucking die. Just let them die.
Integrity and operating procedures. For example, Watson Grinding did not maintain important process safety information for the automated gas detection system installed inside the coding booths. This led to this critical safety system not functioning on the day of the incident. The wall-mounted gas detectors inside the coding booths were originally configured to transmit a signal to a computer control system if a dangerous amount of flammable gas was detected. The computer control system was then to trigger alarms to notify employees of a release, automatically start up the booth's exhaust fan to help remove the flammable gas, automatically close a remote shutoff valve located inside the coding booth, and automatically close a remote shutoff valve at the propylene storage tank. But years prior to the incident, the gas detectors had been disconnected from the computer control system. Gas sensor calibration contractors visited the coding building in 2013, 2016, and 2019 and raised concerns in writing about the disconnected automated gas detection system. And the CSB learned that Watson Grinding management also had a discussion just 2 weeks prior to the incident about how the booth's gas detectors were disconnected and needed to be fixed. But no action was taken, and this critical safety system was not functional on the day of the leak.
We found that Watson Grinding did not maintain engineering drawings and additional documentation on the system, did not maintain the automated gas detection system in working order, and did not train its employees to use or maintain the system effectively. This critical information could have helped keep the automated gas detection system working, which could have prevented this incident.
The CSB also...
This is what all of your government departments are doing every fucking day. Like, I'm not saying that there is no waste. I'm not saying that there is no waste in government. Clearly, there probably fucking is in many parts of it. But you can't just literally barge your way in to government and be like, you're a fucking waste of money, when you haven't even taken a second to consider what these people are doing. And a lot of the time, what they're doing is actually fucking saving people's lives, like what these people are doing. And most of the time, they don't have a really good communications department to like actually explain to the public what they're doing. Like most of the time, they don't have like a really cool YouTube channel with like really high quality animations. I don't know why the USCSB has such high quality animations, but they do. And that's why we know exactly what they fucking do. Like, but this is what so many government departments are doing. And we just skip through life. Every day we skip through life and we have no idea about the people who are working in the background, working to actually keep us and our loved ones alive, and working to actually ensure that the products we use every day are manufactured in a safe way and in a productive way and in an efficient way. We don't realize. So it's so easy for a populist politician to come along like Trump or Musk and be like, oh, all of this shit is such a fucking waste of money. It's like, there's so much beyond, like all of these people, they have pointless jobs. Like we can't be explained. Like you can't explain to us what they do within like 5 words. So therefore their whole job is pointless. It's so easy to think in that way, in like populist terms, which is to imply that most government jobs are pointless. It's so easy to like think in that way when you don't have to even consider for 1 second like what they actually do, even when they're like saving people's lives. And that's what makes me like so pissed off when I watch stuff like this and I realize that there's so many people working to like make people safer, and like a high class people, like they're working class people who have been failed by the system, and this government department was put in place to try and make sure that they don't die. And then, like, you can't just come along and be like, oh, you know what? They're just, like, putting regulations in for the hell of it. It's just pointless. Like, these regulations were only put in because, you know, somebody had to be paid and somebody wanted a job and their job was to put regulations in place. And therefore, we have all of these regulations for no reasons. Like, this is the reason that we, like, have all of these regulations.
Also found that Watson...
Oh, shit. Did I F? Oh, did I F? Did the fucking CSB get me?
Grinding did not perform a hazard analysis on its propylene process to identify the hazards of a propylene leak and consider the critical safeguards necessary to control those hazards.
A hazard analysis should have identified that the gas detection system could no longer respond automatically to an identified propylene release. Action items to restore this critical system's functionality should have been promptly developed and implemented.
Additionally, the CSB found that the hose that disconnected and led to the propylene leak was a rubber welding hose that replaced a more robust copper tubing connection. The less expensive rubber hose is not recommended for propylene service because the oils in the propylene fuel gas can cause the hose to form cracks and lose pliability. But the CSB could not identify documentation showing that Watson Grinding performed a management of change review to identify the potential hazards associated with changing from the copper tubing to the rubber hose. Further, the CSB found that Watson Grinding lacked a robust mechanical integrity program. Such a program would have ensured a system was in place to guarantee inspection, testing, and preventive maintenance of the automated gas detection system, which would have kept the system in working order. And finally, the CSB found that Watson Grinding lacked effective operating procedures, such as a written coding system shutdown procedure that called for closing at least one of the shutoff valves at the propylene storage tank at the end of each workday.
Companies have a duty to ensure the safety of workers at their facilities and protect surrounding communities and the environment, regardless of whether they're required by regulation to apply a process safety management system. This tragic incident could have been prevented if Watson Grinding had developed such a system for its coding process.
As a result, the CSB made a recommendation to the Compressed Gas Association to urge member companies that handle hazardous chemicals to share information with their customers about the safety issues described in the CSB's Watson Grinding report and why their customers should develop and implement effective process safety management systems. The second safety issue found by the CSB at Watson Grinding is emergency preparedness. The CSB found that Watson Grinding had a written emergency response plan in place at the time of the incident that identified propylene as a significant fire hazard. However, the plan did not address any additional hazards of propylene or discuss how to respond to a leak or suspected leak. Watson Grinding also did not formally train its workers to recognize or respond properly to a propylene gas release. Therefore, on the day of the incident, workers did not evacuate the area after suspecting a propylene leak, did not prevent others from entering the area, and did not contact emergency responders for help.
Facilities that handle flammable gases or other hazardous materials should ensure that there is a comprehensive written emergency response plan that adequately addresses all actions to be taken in the event of a chemical release. Workers must be trained on the plan, and periodic drills should be conducted to ensure the plan can be effective.
safety video.
This is what every fucking government department needs. Every single one. They need a communications department like this that makes freaking YouTube videos. So the fucking idiots who are voting know what the entire government does every single day. Because, like, I'm not denying that some of it is probably pointless and a waste of money. But at least, like, then everyone would know about it and know what they do every day. You know, instead of us just, like, guessing and trusting in some, like, idiot populist politician who's like, oh yeah, we're wasting loads of money every day on these pointless jobs. So apparently Jordan Peterson had a conference. Maybe I'll finish on this.
Hedonism. And I would say that that's the default state that characterizes human immaturity. That possession by implicit, fragmented whim.
Loopholes in liberalism have been found and easily exploited. We have been hacked. Rule of law is what built so much of the West. It is in the corruption of the rule of law itself that we see where the problems begin.
Must be transcended by a more sophisticated uniting principle. I'm curious about the overlap, or the lack of overlap, I suppose, in the principles that we've been promoting. I've been thinking, for example, some of the success of the convention so far and of our organization has been, well, the positive vision element of what we're promoting. And I guess that's where I'd like to go with you. Yesterday, we had a very interesting panel on energy, and this is something...
Farage is being very cocksure right now. Extremely cocksure.
I've been thinking about a lot, energy and the environment. Scott Tinker in particular has outlined a vision of the future, and it's not a net zero vision, I can tell you that. It's a vision where we cooperate to do everything we possibly can to drive energy prices down as low as they can possibly be, using everything at our disposal, right? Nuclear, coal, gas, oil, solar, wind, whatever can compete, because the most effective way of enriching the absolutely poor and likely of serving long-term environmental needs is to make people wealthy so they can afford to care about the future, especially in the developing world. And so I'm kind of wondering, you have an opportunity now, because the right is split in the UK, to really hash
what I'm getting out of this, the good thing that I'm getting out of this is Farage's job here to basically nod along in silence. I have another video of just him and Nigel Farage, which I might watch a little bit of. I don't know how far I'll make it through, but yeah. But the one thing that I'm getting from this, the one bit of solace I'm getting from this, is the fact that Jordan Peterson the one thing that I'm getting from this is Jordan Peterson is very getting great. He's like basically white now. Like his hair is white. He's always been white, but his hair is like basically white now. I mean, that's, that makes me hope that, eventually, maybe soon he will retire. He's getting kind of old. He's an old guy. And he looks a lot older than what, maybe the stress is getting to him. Maybe the stress of being the king of incels has got to him a little bit. The cognitive dissonance of being a doctorate of psychology and having to be the king of incels has got to him a little bit.
Things out on the conservative side. And this sort of thing happened a bit in Canada. And that means that it's possible now for conservatives to push the envelope. And I'm really curious about your view on, it isn't exactly even on net zero, which I think is an appalling policy, to get that right out on the table. But more than that, it's like, how appalling is it?
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Jordan Peterson has like probably the most long-winded and stupid questions ever. And you know that he always words them in a way that I feel like he's intentionally trying to make them sound as like outwardly like academic as possible, but in such an in such a performative way, because they don't need, like, his questions never need to be that long-winded or to use that many like long words. They never need to be like that, but yet he chooses to be that way anyway, because he knows that his USP is, I am the guy that makes incels think that they're intelligent. That is my thing. So I'm gonna have to fucking go with it, I guess.
Yeah.
I've personally spoken to teachers in British state schools.
No! It's Big Suze! No!
Acknowledged that classroom tech has hampered the progress of many of their pupils.
She was literally playing a Tory, like she was playing a Tory in Peep Show, but she is actually a Tory. She just is a Tory. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Oh, that's disappointing though.
Schools who've acknowledged that classroom tech has hampered the progress of many of their pupils.
It's Big Suze. Wait, I'm gonna have to show you. It's Big Suze. She's an actress who is in Peep Show. Oh, you guys, you don't know who freaking Big Suze is? Oh.
Huh, brilliant. Total lack of self-control. Drunk himself out of contention.
He was really guzzling, wasn't he? Is he okay?
She basically played a very posh person who Jeremy was getting with in Peep Show, and her whole thing was she's a very posh person. She doesn't realise the plights of poor people. She was literally playing a Tory.
Very, very upset about Sarah. I think they really had a bond.
All right.
Susan, are you okay?
I don't know. It's just...
Take very good care of you. I'm not a hobo.
Look, Alan's in Frankfurt, but even so, I really don't think you can stay here. Listen, my sister runs this men's refuge. If you just cut yourself a bit, they'd have to let you in.
Yeah?
Yeah? Hold on, I'll just get the number.
God, look at all this stuff. Lovely stuff you could steal, then sell, then eat, and... Is that Johnson's credit card?
Oh yeah, and then he just steals. Well, she had Johnson's credit card, and Jeremy steals the credit card, and the PIN number is 8008, which is boob. It is boob, and he goes and just spends loads of money on it, and then he buys Mark a violin with it. Anyway.
And the huge boom in tutoring among private school children points to the fact that they're not learning well in school either. So why are we getting so overexcited about EdTech here in Britain? Why are we outsourcing executive function skills to a computer? Why are we allowing exam boards to take every subject online by 2030? All the emerging research should generate a pulling up of the drawbridge rather than the open-armed embrace that we're seeing. There's currently talk of AI being pumped into our classrooms, with children's data being harvested to better improve the AI. Why?
When I returned to the UK recently, I discovered that the great debate in the UK was about how to kill the elderly more efficiently. And I was struck that
Number one comment, Big Sue's joining the Third Reich wasn't on my bingo card.
that the only argument that any Labour minister could make against euthanasia coming online with the NHS was that she didn't think that the NHS was capable of performing euthanasia efficiently. I mentioned in The Spectator at the time that this was, I think, wrong in one important degree. The NHS is a world leader in killing the elderly. It's just that they only kill the people who don't want to die. The NHS, to which endless governments in this country pour money, is always told to us to be the envy of the world, and yet, of course, none of us can find a GP appointment.
The Conservative Party in Britain has just lost an election. We have a crisis, just like the West.
Is that like when that one guy in the audience found out about that?
Has just lost an election. We have a crisis, just like the West.
The Conservative Party lost the election. What?
None of us can.
An election. We have a crisis, just like the West. People ask me what difference new leadership will make. Well, take a look at President Trump. He's shown that sometimes you need that first stint in government to spot the problems, but it's the second time around when you really know how to fix them.
Hedonistic pleasure seeking, the gratification of immediate desire, the simple avoidance of pain or displeasure is not a principle that can...
Why is he so weird? Why is... He's like... What he's a master of is making it look like he's like really channeling into like the deepest recesses of his mind whenever he's talking. But what he's actually doing is just like regurgitating some actual bullshit that he's just regurgitated so many fucking times before. But he's so good at like making it seem like it's coming out of the deepest philosophical recesses of his brain. Like, oh guys, something's coming. Oh. Thank you for the cheer.
Is not a...
I just finished my last bit. Yeah, I finished my last beer as well. I'm on the lemonade now.
A principle that can improve when it's implemented or unite people.
Guys, just wait for him. He's coming out with something really profound. You got to give him
productive cooperation and competition so that a society can be established.
Those may not be perfect.
Oh, it's my favorite guy.
But according to one...
The guy who doesn't know that if you're born in England, that makes you English. Only the most intellectual men are allowed to speak on this podium. Only the best intellectual minds of our time, including the ones who don't know you're British if you're born in the UK. Even those ones
may not be perfect, but according to one report, USAID gave $3 million to a rapper in Gaza who makes anti-Semitic songs. Now, whatever your politics, we can all agree that's a waste of taxpayers' money. Kanye West would have done it for free. Now, thanks to the end of censorship on Twitter, we finally have the ability to express reasonable and widely held views. Because of this, Other social media companies are now fearful of being too aggressive in their censorship too. Now, it's true, we haven't yet won the argument on freedom of speech here in Europe. I thought the most hilarious example of this was last week, when J.D. Vance gave a speech in Munich in which he criticized European leaders for trying to shut down speech that they don't like. The reaction? A German politician stood up and went, "This is unacceptable!"
Oh, was that the joke?
Politician stood up and went, "This is unacceptable!"
The dominance of the personality by local...
And then you hard cut to more of this preacher bullshit.
Narrow and self-serving whim is not a...
The one thing that drives me absolutely potty is when I hear that carbon dioxide is a pollutant.
No.
That's what they tell us. That clearly is absolutely nuts.
Oh no.
Now there are
times
in our past.
No, please don't start on science. Please don't.
When CO2 in the atmosphere has been much, much higher than it is today, and that's before people drove 4x4 Chelsea.
You know what this is? It needs the pizzicato. You know when like you're watching The Apprentice, and whenever they want to make someone look like they're being stupid, they play the pizzicato stupid music. You know what I mean? Pizzicato stupid music. The pizzicato stupid music. Like that's what you need, the pizzicato in the background.
And that's before people drove 4x4 Chelsea tractors. And I remember having this debate about 20 years ago. There was a man called Sir Patrick Moore.
Yes.
Very famous scientist, The Sky at Night, great character, very respected man. And I said to him about 20 years ago, I said, Patrick, what do you think about man's impact on the environment through CO2? He said, well, it's impossible to think man doesn't have some sort of impact. He said, but when it comes to carbon dioxide levels and when it comes to warming and cooling, he said, let me assure you that sunspot activity and underwater volcanic activity will always have a bigger impact on the...
Oh no, it's not long enough. Wait, I need epidemic sound open again, don't I? Pizzicato.
the environment than man himself ever can, and I very much stuck to that view. So I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you whether CO2 is leading to warming or not, but there are so many other massive factors.
Our country is not racist. We don't need to apologize. We don't need to pay reparations or give away the Chagos Islands. Free speech matters. Some cultures are better than others, and it's only contentious to say this because honesty has become...
Did she just say some cultures are better than others?
Better than others. Silence. Free speech matters. Some cultures are better than others, and it's only contentious to say this because honesty has become impossible. People should not be afraid to speak out. We will be proud of our country.
Playable or noble game, and it allies itself necessarily with the force that cynics, like the postmodernists, like the neo-Marxists, believe is the only viable uniting force, that of power. If your motivation By nothing but the pursuit of your own subjective desire in the moment, or your desire to avoid the necessary pain that mature conduct involves, you have to turn.
What the fuck is he actually saying? What is he fucking saying?
Power to impose your narrow will on others, because if you're dominated by the immature longing for your immediate self-gratification, then it's all about you in the narrowest sense, and the only option you have in terms of your relationship with others is to turn to the force and compulsion that make them involuntary servants of your will.
What? Anyway, other than that, I just have
do everything we possibly can.
I mean, this is 52 minutes long. Let's just watch a little bit of it. Well, it won't load, so maybe we've been saved.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jordan Peterson and Nigel Farage.
Very good. Ah, excellent.
Oh God, he got hot mic'd like while he was walking in. Very good. Excellent.
So we might as well get right to it, I guess. I'm curious about the overlap, or the lack of overlap, I suppose, in the principles that we've been promoting. I've been thinking, for example, some of the success of the convention so far and of our organization has been, well, the positive vision element of what we're promoting. And I guess that's where I'd like to go with you. Yesterday we had a very interesting panel on energy, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot, energy and the environment. Scott Tinker in particular has outlined a vision of the future, and it's not a net zero vision, I can tell you that. It's a vision where we cooperate to do everything we possibly can to drive energy prices down as low as they can possibly be, using everything at our disposal, right? Nuclear, coal, gas, oil, solar, wind, whatever can compete, because the most effective way of enriching the absolutely poor and likely of serving long-term environmental needs is to make people wealthy, so they can afford to care about the future, especially in the developing world. And so I'm kind of wondering, you have an opportunity now, because the right is split in the UK, to really hash things out on the conservative side. And this sort of thing happened.
He's still got the same old talking points that he's had for many, many, many years. Oh, we have to lift people out of poverty with cheap energy. Somehow we're going to lift people out of poverty with cheap energy. And magically, when we lift people out of poverty with cheap energy, they're going to magically care about the environment enough to choose renewable energy. It's such a wild, like, supposed plan of action. Like, how, like, even the most privileged fucking pieces of shit in the world, the richest pieces of shit in the world, they are the people who care least about the environment. Like the extremely rich people, like in Dubai, for example, or the richest people in the United States, They are the people who, guess what, care the least about the environment. You know why? Because they're rich enough to invest. And what do they invest their money in? Oil. Oil and coal.
A bit in Canada, and that means that it's possible now for Conservatives to push the envelope. And I'm really curious about your view on, it isn't exactly even on net zero, which I think is an appalling policy, to get that right out on the table. But more than that, it's like, how appalling is it?
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what he could have done? He could have, like, introduced him if he was going to be polite. But no, he just sort of fucking went off on one because that's what Jordan Peterson does. He starts asking a question and then he turns questions into rants. If you've subjected yourself to his podcast, which I have had to do in order to research a few videos at this point, what he will do is he will sort of set out to ask someone a question, and then he'll just taper off into a rant, and he'll completely forget what his original point was. One of the best intellectuals of our time, guys.
Old-fashioned upbringing, couldn't help it.
Or maybe it's just manners, seeing as it's someone who's come as a guest onto your show.
Things first, the right is not split.
I can't believe I'm backing up Farage here, but that's the corner I've been backed into at this point.
Country, the Conservative Party is not on the right in any measurable way. 14 years that brought us the highest tax burden since 1947. 14 years that saw mass immigration, legal mass immigration on a scale hitherto never even dreamt of. 14 years that saw illegal immigration, small boats crossing the channel, and the government completely incapable of dealing with it because they couldn't face up to what membership of the European Convention on Human Rights was all about. And 14 years that saw net zero enshrined into law by a Conservative government and Boris Johnson, Theresa May, as evangelical about net zero as the current Ed Miliband. We take the view that if we're going to be using gas, if we're going to be using oil in this country till 2050, and even the most zealous net zero types accept we'll be using these commodities for years to come, our view is if we're going to be using them, we may as well produce them ourselves in our own country and genuinely become energy independent. And our platform is to re-industrialise Britain. We've closed down our steel industry. You know, we think closing down a steel industry is good because it means our national CO2 output is down. And all that happens is the plant closes in Redcar, the plant closes in South Wales, it reopens in India under lower environmental standards, and then the steel is shipped back to us. So let's produce all the stuff we need in this country. Let's become not just energy independent, we could actually...
They don't realise how everything they're saying is so... I love that still. How everything they're saying is so contradictory. Like, Jordan Peterson started this whole conversation out like, all we need to do is try and make everything as cheap as possible. Like, fuck all of this net zero bullshit. We just need to make things as cheap as possible. And obviously that chimes really well with you know, working class people who all they care about is how expensive their bills are, which is fair enough. That's all that many people care about these days because the economy is so fucked. And Jordan Peterson is trying to tap into that and be like, all we need to care about is bringing people's bills down. And now Nigel Farage is campaigning for all of our energy to be made in the UK. When we do outsource certain things simply for the fact that it makes it cheaper. because it would be more expensive for us to build new factories and new wind farms in the UK when ones like actually already exist outside of the UK that we could like import power from, and it would be cheaper, and that would be a way for us to make bills cheaper for people in the UK. So what he's campaigning for now is completely contradictory to what Jordan Peterson is saying, but they're gonna fucking pretend that they're not in disagreement here. And Nigel Farage is going to pretend that his solutions of having everything British is going to make everything cheaper for people, when it wouldn't. It's far more complex than that.
Actually become an energy exporter. Right now, every day we import 10 to 15% of our electricity, and our industrial energy prices are between 4 and 6 times higher than America. Not only that, but everybody out there, and of course this hurts the poor more than anybody, we've had 20% subsidies on domestic electricity bills going on now for the best part of 2 decades. And it's a truth that no one dares tell. So look, net zero is a complete and utter disaster. If you want to have energy production that is very, very low in carbon output, there is only one way ahead. That is small, modular, nuclear reactors, dozens of them all over the country. It's the only way forward.
Okay. Well,
it's the only way forward. And you know, if you look at the way the Far East produces nuclear energy, we can do it a damn sight cheaper than we've ever done it before.
Okay. Well, that warms a Canadian's heart. It's good to get warm in a convention centre that's this chilly because of the net zero restrictions. But let me push it a little bit, you know, because we have the opportunity to do that, and I think that it's time. You know, you talked about at least until 2050, and one of the things I've been discussing with my fellow Canadians, let's say, is the fact that, I mean, maybe it's time to stop our obsession with carbon altogether, and so I'm going to say something relatively radical, and let's just play this out and see how
we're going to get radical, guys.
You know, I've reviewed a lot of scientific papers. Now they're not climate papers, but I'm a reason.
He's read a lot of scientific papers, guys. That's how you know. That's how you know that he definitely didn't cherry pick any of those scientific papers that he read. He definitely didn't.
Simple hand at separating the wheat from the chaff on the scientific front.
Yeah.
And when I look at the carbon data, there is one fact that leaps out to me in my experience with scientific data is that there's usually 1 or 2 major facts and a bunch of trivial sub-facts that more or less you can ignore. As far as I can tell, the most...
Just ignore all of the sub-facts, whatever they are. We don't need to know the definition of sub-fact, but those are the facts that we can ignore, the sub-facts.
Stunning effect of carbon, atmospheric carbon, that has been recorded scientifically is the effect of carbon on plant growth. Right. And we know this. Look, in the last 25 years, thereabouts, 20% of the Earth's surface is greened. 20% is a lot. It's a lot. It's an area equivalent to twice the size of the continental US, so that gives you a quick picture of scale. And it's also primarily greened in semi-arid areas, because when you give plants more carbon dioxide, their stomata close, and so they can live where it's drier, and so the desert...
He said a big word, guys. That means he knows what he's talking about.
...are shrinking, not growing, which is exactly the opposite of what we were told was going to happen, and crop yields are up, something approximating 10 to 13%. So that's not bad. That's good. And so I'm afraid...
Oh, so he ended that spiel with, that's not bad. That's good. So we can all clap it, because that means it's facts.
I'm afraid that even throwing the dog a bone, let's say, and saying, well, we're certainly not going to hit our 2030 targets because they were proposed by buffoons and liars. we're not going to hit our 2050 targets either. I'm dead serious. This is not good. And so I'm curious about how far this needs to be taken. I have because I also think, conceivably, that the environmentalist climate scam was really an offshoot of the Club of Rome Malthusian stupidity that is predicated on the presumption that resources are finite and that there's far too many people on the planet, and there's a terrible anti-human motivation lurking underneath.
Certain resources are finite, Jordan, but you see there's a difference. We have a word for this. They're called non-renewable resources and renewable resources. And you see the difference is that some of them run out and some of them don't. It's not like a big lie. The energy is like finite and we're going to run out. I'm sorry. It's
It's pessimistic and brutal and genocidal in its fundamental ethos. And I think it's kind of time for people who would like.
What are we going to do when the sun and the wind runs out? What are we going to do, guys? That is the leftist agenda. It's the lie that one day the sun's going to run out.
Energy to be inexpensive and reliable and there for the poor, to just end it. It's like carbon apocalypse mongering and terrorizing. And so I guess I'm wondering what you think about that.
Well, the one thing that drives me absolutely potty is when I hear that carbon dioxide is a pollutant. That's what they tell us. That clearly is absolutely nuts.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to pee. But I'll be right back after this. Oh man.
I can't talk right now. I'm making piss. 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 I can't talk right now.
I like to move it, move it. You like to move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it.
All right, let's carry on with the brain rot. We'll just go to the end of this section here.
Now, there are times in our past when CO2 in the atmosphere has been much, much higher than it is today, and that's before people drove 4x4 Chelsea tractors. And I remember having this debate about 20 years ago. There was a man called Sir Patrick Moore.
Yes.
Very famous scientist, The Sky at Night, great character, very respected man. And I said to him about 20 years ago, I said, Patrick, what do you think about man's impact on the environment through CO2? He said, well, it's impossible to think man doesn't have some sort of impact. He said, but when it comes to carbon dioxide levels and when it comes to warming and cooling, he said, let me assure you that sunspot activity and underwater volcanic activity will always have a bigger impact on the environment than man himself ever can.
So let's all believe this one guy who called himself a scientist that Nigel Farage talked to one time.
And I very much stuck to that view.
Versus 99% of all the scientists in the entire world who are saying that humans have caused climate change. We should just ignore all of them and believe this one guy that Nigel Farage talked to one time. Right!
So I'm not a scientist. I can't tell you whether CO2 is leading to warming or not, but there are so many other massive factors. And Jordan, I was told that of all the CO2 that's produced every year in the world, only 3 to 5% of it is produced by mankind. So we do, as you rightly say, need to get this debate into a sense of perspective. And I sometimes think that the carbon dioxide hysteria has actually blinded us to other environmental disasters that are going on, such as the rape of our oceans and many other things. I'm an environmentalist in the old school sense and definition of that term. A bit more common sense, that's what we need.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to harass you about one
Like,
other...
how can you say, oh yeah, we need a little bit more common sense when it comes to science, like actual scientists trying to measure the average global temperature over decades and decades and decades and coming to a conclusion. How can you then come along to all of those fucking scientists and be like, but you know what? I know that you've spent all this money in your entire careers measuring this shit. But you know what I'm using? I'm using my common sense.
Issue too, I think we'll focus on 2 out of our 5 platforms. So the principle that we've founded ourselves on that actually produced the most internal dissent in our organization was our family policy. Now, I spent a fair bit of time speaking with authorities in Hungary about their family policy. Hungary spends a substantial amount of their GDP on family policy. It's 7%. They were concerned about a variety of issues. High rate of abortion, high rate of divorce, low rate of female participation in the workforce. That's just kind of a strange addition to that group, but that was still a concern. And extremely low birth rate. And so they made it a priority to address those, and they've had some success reducing abortion, which is still legal in Hungary, substantively, reducing the divorce rate, flattening the decline in the birth rate. They haven't managed to pop it up again. Only Israel has managed that, by the way, and it's not exactly obvious why. And we argued this out amongst the ARC members, and our consensus by the end was that the core of civilization as such, and the Western civilization that we're attempting to reinvigorate, let's say, is, first of all, a circle of tolerance, okay? So we'll make that the a priori axiom, but then a commitment to long-term, stable, married, monogamous, heterosexual, child-centered marriages. And so now that's a...
Oh, what a fucking surprise. He just fucking reeled off all of the keywords there, and everyone in the audience was like, ah! What? Why? What for? What, like, how did he put into words exactly why we need all of those things? All he said was something about cultural thing.
That's a fairly restrictive ideal. You know, ideals are restrictive. And, you know, we're all cognizant of the fact that within our own families, for example, 40% of our siblings, let's say, are likely to be divorced, that there's no shortage of single mothers, that homosexuality and homosexual couples exist, and that there's going to be deviations from the norm. But I'm curious, again, like in your view, you could make the case that stable, committed monogamy, heterosexual, child-centered monogamy, is the kind of long-term commitment to community, to sacrifice, and to future that's the fundamental unit of civilized society. And so I'm curious, Mike, what do you think about that?
Well, I may not necessarily be the best advocate.
He's basically saying, Nigel Farage, can you back me up here with my veiled assertion that you need to be straight and not gay and have children in order to be civilized? Can you back me up here, Nigel Farage?
For monogamous heterosexuality or stable marriage, having been divorced twice. But do I think family matters? Jordan, on the 3rd of June last year, as I was coming into London by car to go back into politics, having left it a few years before, my ambition was to get the United Kingdom to be a self-governing, independent nation. And for many, many years, I was pretty much on my own fighting that battle. The day we left the European Union, I thought, right, I've done my job. And that day on the 3rd of June, when I was coming back, thinking, well, this really rather comfortable, lovely life I've got is about to disappear, I thought, why am I doing it? And I came up with 3 words: family, community, and country. They're the things that matter to me above absolutely everything. And
please explain to me, Nigel, how Brexit helped any of those 3 things. Please give me some specific, anything.
And I have tried, in difficult circumstances, I've tried to make sure with both ex-wives that our children have had as stable an upbringing, given the circumstances, as they can possibly have. I think part of this, and this is important, about who we are as a country and who the West is, we've kind of forgotten that what underpins everything is our Judeo-Christian culture. And that's where we need to start. That's where we need to start. And if we recognise that, and if we value that, then I think everything comes from that. So yes, of course family matters enormously. Of course we need higher birth rates. But we're not going to get higher birth rates in this country until we can get some sense of optimism. And we need a complete 180 shift in attitudes. We've got to start telling young kids that hard work is good, that success is good, that there are no shortcuts in life, that making money is good. And what I see is we sort of disincentivize young people, and to think that another 1 million young people since the start of the pandemic are on disability benefits because they're suffering from depression and the doctors sign them off. We need some very, very big cultural changes. We've got to get that spirit, that sense of optimism back in the country.
And where do you think all of that depression's coming from? Do you think it might be elevated instances of stress? Because literally inflation is ahead of wage rises, and people are just getting poorer and poorer. House prices are going up higher and higher, and people have bigger and bigger mortgages, and they're paying more and more interest on those mortgages, and constantly more of a percentage of their paychecks are going towards interest on loans, which then goes towards, well, that's essentially money that you're paying to billionaires, and therefore that's the reason that the wealth disparity is getting wider and wider constantly. Do you not think it might be because of that? No, it's because some people are gay now.
Young people, since the start of the pandemic, are on disability benefits because they're suffering from depression and the doctors signed them off. We need some very, very big cultural changes. We've got to get that spirit, that sense of optimism back in the country. We had it in the late 1980s. We actually had it through much of the 1990s. That's what we have to recapture. And frankly, being led, as we are, I mean, God, doesn't Rachel Reeves just make you want to reach for the cry tissues? I mean, it's all so miserable. It's all...
I love how he specified there that they were cry tissues and not like a different type of tissues.
Also declinist. Frankly, the Conservatives have been no better. We need a change of attitude in Britain. And if we get that right, people will have more kids.
Yeah.
Kleenex cry tissues.
All right. Well, that was short and sweet, and there's obviously many other issues that we could discuss, and no doubt will. But I would like to thank you very much for coming and talking to us today, and to letting me harass you about these issues.
It's
very good to talk to you, sir.
Thank you, George.
Yeah, good luck. Thank you, everybody.
All right, that's all I'll subject you to. I need to go to bed. As I said, I am tired. Ridiculously tired. Who's live right now? /raid. I would raid people on YouTube. I still don't know how that works on YouTube. I would raid people on YouTube if I could. I don't know how that shit works still. I tried looking into it. I went into the setting. I don't know how that shit works. I don't know. But, you know, we'll raid on Twitch. We'll raid on Twitch. Maple Takes is watching.
Thing that came up with
Coffeezilla.
these leaked documents was they come from TransferWise.
Thanks
now,
for tuning
this
in,
is a payment
guys.
processor. Now it's
Love
just known as
ya.
Wise. I did confront these people on it.
I'll
because
see
they
you. I'll see you next time. Next time we stream. Right now. Right now. Bye-bye. Love ya.
individual accounts.